Sure. Go ahead. Am I on?
Okay, let's go back to Mr. Kessler. Let's Mark Morgan. Do we still have Mark Morgan there?
Yeah, I'm here, Lydia.
Okay, while we wait for Ron Kessler to get situated, Mark Morgan, again, we're still awaiting. You're a part of law enforcement yourself. You were the head of. Talk to me about your credentials so people can understand exactly how you know all of this works, and that a giant investigation will be launched. So talk to me about that, sir.
Absolutely. Lydia, I started out my career as a police officer for Los Angeles Police Department, and then I did 20 years in the FBI. While there, I was a special weapons and tactics operator. I was a firearm and tactical instructor, and I did a lot of VIP protection as part of that role. And then my last job, I was the Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection. So just as Bernie, I'm very familiar with these situations, exactly what's going on. And look, there's no doubt that the men and women of law enforcement did a great job of screening all these individuals. But at the end of the day, no matter how good you are, you just simply cannot guarantee 100% of the time that something like this can't happen. You just can't prevent it all. You do your best. I have full faith and confidence in the United States Secret Service. Lydia, I've worked with them many times in my career. I believe they are the best in the business in the world at VIP protection, at protecting the president. But again, there is no 100% guaranteed prevention that something like this can't happen. And so the best you hope for is that then once something like this does happen, that they react as they're trained to do. And right now in the video, that's what we're seeing. Again, we saw men and women without hesitation. They put themselves in the line of fire, in the line of danger, if it turns out to be, in fact, it was a gunshot. But that's not what was going through their mind. They willingly put themselves in harm's way. That's part of what they signed up to do. And their job was to get the president off that platform as fast as possible. But, you know, if there's a moment to kind of maybe smile a little bit is that President Trump made their job hard, but he wanted to make sure he sent a message to the American people that no matter what happens, he's not going to back down. And that fist bump, I tell you, if that doesn't give you some form of resiliency, some form of respect for this man, nothing will.
You know, Mark Morgan, I'm looking at pictures online, and you can clearly see there is blood, and it appears at the top of his right ear. I'm looking at multiple pictures right here, and I can see it, it appears to be an open wound, possibly that his ear was grazed. This is incredible. This is so frightening to think that President Trump was hit. He was shot in, I mean, it was great. I'm just in such shock right now that this is happening, so Lydia, that there's so much, it's so much palpable hate for him. But yes, we're seeing that he was indeed hit by something, whether the bullet actually hit him or just grazed him, but he is visibly wounded.
Yeah, and agree. I agree, Lydia. And just, you know, I'm probably being overly cautious here, but again, we don't have confirmation exactly for sure if it was a gunshot. Everything is leaning towards that way, but we just to be purely, you know, probably I'm being overly cautious. But if you see the video, and I've got friends right now in law enforcement that are sending me up close pictures that have been blown up of his ear that you're talking about. And again, what's very important, as we heard these sounds, the president reached up for his ear right away. And then later when he's doing the fist bump, we see that blood. And I've got pictures right now, again, that my colleagues are sending me up close. It's his ear. There is quite a bit of blood that is coming down from his ear. So look,
right, Mark,
we may not know what it is.
Does Mark
right
hear me?
now.
Can Mark hear me? Mark,
yeah,
Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The Associated Press reporting Trump saying he is fine. They've released a statement, President Trump releasing a statement that he is fine. So I want to let the world know that, because, you know, even though he was pumping up his fists, we know that conditions can change very quickly. Again, if you're just joining us, President Trump just survived an assassination attempt. 8 shots rang out, Butler, Pennsylvania, during a rally. President Trump issuing a statement. We're just reading it right now. My producer handed me this note from the Associated Press that President Trump says he is fine in a statement. Mark Morgan, we're still awaiting, again, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but I just wanted to get the news out there to our viewers as quickly as possible because it was some frightening moments. I know I was watching it unfold, all of our monitors and ran down back into the studio because I couldn't believe my eyes what I was seeing. Well, as we've been talking about President Trump, he could have golfed off into the sunset, right? But instead, he decided to fight. He decided to continue despite the political persecution, despite the lies. And here he is now. Possibly, he risked his life. But thankfully, he's going to be okay based on this statement that we are learning. Mark Morgan, so again, we're still waiting, possibly the shooter. So talk to me also about how expansive security detail is. I mean, this is not an easy task, keeping anyone safe, especially in a crowd of tens of thousands of people.
Yeah, look, Liddy, first of all, I'm glad you interrupted me because I couldn't agree with you more. I've been there multiple times where initially adrenaline's pumping and the individual appears that they're okay. They may even think they're okay. And then later, as that adrenaline subsides, we find out that they're actually in critical condition. So I'm very happy that you interrupted me, and I'm very happy that the president is in fact doing okay. But back to security, as the former commissioner of NYPD, Bernie Karras, you had on a few minutes ago, said, I agree with him completely. Look, you cannot prevent something like this happening 100% of the time. There's absolutely no guarantees. That's what makes the job difficult of law enforcement. But I've been involved in situations like this many, many times. And I can tell you, especially with the president of the United States, the former president, the leading GOP candidate, there were no corners that were cut. I guarantee there was a massive amount of law enforcement that was present. They had a detailed plan. They did the best that they could to screen individuals that were coming in there. But Lydia, as you said, in an open air environment with tens of thousands of people that are there, if someone is committed to taking an action, a violent action against the president, that is hard to prevent 100% of the time.
Okay. Mark Morgan, thank you so much for joining us. Let's now bring in Charles Marino. Charles Marino, we're looking at his statement right now. President Trump, for everybody watching, he is okay. He released a statement. It says, quote, President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. Spokesman Stephen Chung said in a statement he is fine and the president is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. So Charles Marino, thankfully, the president will be okay, but we're seeing a lot of these photos. He was hit by something. We saw a lot of blood there coming from his ear. It looks like you saw him as soon as the shots rang out and he grabbed his right ear right behind it there. What was going through your mind as you're seeing this unfold? And we've been talking about this dangerous rhetoric, right? People can say it's just talk, but calling him Mussolini and Hitler, we kind of, it's sad, but we almost predicted something like this would happen.
Yeah, all this different talk, and look, I've experienced it during my time in the Secret Service. It depends on whose ears all this rhetoric falls and the way it's interpreted. And sometimes you're not dealing with people that are going to make rational decisions, and they decide to take actions on their own. Picking up on what Mark said, no resources are spared here for the former president. I can tell you, one, he's freshly out of office, so his detail is rather large, and he's the presumptive Republican nominee in the week before the convention here. So he's got a lot of resources with him. You saw some of those resources rush the stage, his protection detail, the counter assault team. It's also a secure venue in that the Secret Service Uniform Division is screening everyone that's coming into that venue. So my big question right now is, if these were in fact to be confirmed gunshots, where did they come from? Did they come from within the secure environment, or, this being an outside venue, did they come from outside of the venue? So expect to hear a lot more on that. You saw the detail do what the detail is intended to do, and that is to shield and protect the former president and get him out of there as quickly and safely as possible, put him in a car and take him to a safe location or a hospital, whichever one is needed first. If there are significant injuries, they'll take him to a hospital. But now we're waiting for more information on who carried out this attack? Was it one person, two person, or three? Look, we also have to remember the backdrop of our threat environment here in the country. It's off the charts right now. We've heard the FBI director, Chris Wray, talk about it. Our threat level's never been higher. We've got a lot of other contributing factors right now, like no borders being enforced here in the country. So really, we have no idea who's being let into the country. And we also don't know from within the country where threats may originate. You try and stay on top of all of this stuff. But sometimes, you know, if we're talking about a lone shooter or a group that's going to stay quiet, sometimes they don't rear their heads in advance.
All right, Charles Marino, thank you so much for joining us. And I'm looking at this video now, more close-up video. President Trump, after he was shot, you can visibly see the ear bloodied. And the first thing he says is, fight, fight, fight. Let's bring in Newsmax host of The Briefing, Ed Henry. Ed Henry, thanks so much for joining us. I'm looking on Twitter, X, and I'm looking at Marco Rubio. He tweeted, God protected President Trump. He said, praying for President Trump. Then we have Governor Josh Shapiro. Violence targeted at any political party or political leader is absolutely unacceptable. J.D. Vance tweeting, everyone join me in praying for our President Trump and everyone at that rally. I hope everyone is okay. It goes on and on. Mike Pence also putting out a tweet. Karen and I are praying for President Trump and urge every American to join us. Meantime, radio silence from Joe Biden from the White House. Ed Henry, what was your reaction seeing these events unfold?
Well, I can tell you I'm in Milwaukee at a hotel room getting ready for Newsmax's coverage next week. And I was just with Bianca De La Garza and John Bachman, some other hosts obviously here. And we were talking about the heavy security presence here, talking about former President Trump heading to Milwaukee in just a couple of days and all of these delegates that were flying in with us from where we flew in. And then we hear these breaking reports and we're immediately reacting first to the president's safety. It sounds like he's safe. I spoke to a law enforcement official who said the initial report is they believe that there were shots fired, but as Mark Morgan was cautioning, it could have been some kind of shrapnel or other projectile, but it appears, and the video makes that clear, that the former president was hit. He was bleeding. This law enforcement official said he was brought to some kind of local hospital or medical center, and this law enforcement official said they believe he's going to be okay. You're getting backup from that from Stephen Chung within the Trump campaign as well. And I think from the former president himself with that fist in the air immediately saying this is not going to bring me down, literally or figuratively. And you have to wonder now, you mentioned some of the statements, Marco Rubio, other allies of the president, but then others who have maybe been on the sidelines. I'm looking at Elon Musk on X, which he now owns, obviously. He's just posted, quote, I fully endorse President Trump and hope for his rapid recovery. And this comes as there are reports, by the way, that before this incident, Elon Musk was opening his rather large checkbook to start funding some of the super PAC activity and supporting former President Trump as well. But now you're going to see moral support. You're going to see people praying for him and people wondering about the rhetoric that's been thrown his way, as you mentioned, wondering about, the anger directed at former President Trump. And look, Bernie Kerik said it, the former NYPD commissioner, that for at least a year now, people close to the former president have said they're concerned that after all this liberal lawfare, that everything that's been thrown at this former president has not brought him down. It's made him stronger in the polls, financially, and all the rest of it. And there was a fear that there could be an assassination attempt. And it's rather remarkable that we're seeing that today, just 2 days before the start of the Republican convention. But the good news is he appears to be okay.
All right, and we are learning, according to the Associated Press, that the White House says President Joe Biden has received an initial briefing on the incident at the Trump rally. And also Elon Musk followed up that tweet was with, last time America had a candidate this tough was Theodore Roosevelt. Donald Trump Jr. also posting a tweet of a bloody Trump with his fist up in the air. He'll never stop fighting to save America. You know President Trump. This is a guy, he's a likable guy. He's a funny guy. He's a very charismatic guy. He didn't need to be president of the United States. He is doing this for an intrinsic reason. He wants to make America great again. He could have gone off into the sunset, golfing, enjoyed his beautiful Mar-a-Lago golf course, his gorgeous wife and his children and grandchildren that adore him. But he continued to fight in this race, knowing that this could be the outcome, knowing that there could be an attempt on his life. And so what do you think about President Trump's resilience?
It is rather remarkable. It's beyond remarkable. You're right. He's somebody with great wealth, great family and friends. He'd be out on the golf course, like you say, but he believes that he has to save the country. And here we are on the eve of the Republican convention, after a week in which we've heard so much about how the current president, Joe Biden, is struggling with his own party, whether or not he's even going to be the nominee. And what Donald Trump has largely done is stayed relatively quiet. This rally a few days back in South Florida, and now this one in Pennsylvania, to try and speak out and rally his supporters. But he's largely stayed out of the limelight, waiting until he makes his vice presidential pick, which we expect in the next couple of days, by the way. That's also going to be a major news event. And then he's, scheduled to officially accept the Republican nomination on Thursday night. And each night at the convention, it's going to be Make America Prosperous Again, Make America Safe Again, culminating in Make America Great Again on Thursday night. All of the themes he hits at rallies just like this one in Pennsylvania. So now everything will pause, at least briefly, to make sure his health is okay. But this movement is going to go on. He's called it the largest political movement our country's ever seen. And I think the resilience you're talking about, the video we're showing here on Newsmax, which is truly unbelievable, that in the initial seconds, he's pulling himself back up with the Secret Service, pumping his fist. And these photos in the video suggest he's got blood, not just on an ear, but on part of his face, his cheek. And you said Donald Trump Jr. is posting that. This is going to, again, assuming he's okay, we've got to make sure everything is okay health-wise. This is going to bring new power and resilience, as you mentioned, for this Republican convention of people coming together. I see the New York Times reporting that a medical helicopter arrived there on the scene about 20, 30 minutes ago and appeared to be headed towards Pittsburgh, which is the next biggest major city to this area in Western Pennsylvania, obviously, to make sure the former president's okay. So this is really an incredible development. But what is positive, at least, is that the initial report suggests he's okay.
Ed Henry, stay with us. We are going to go now to Jonathan Gillum, another law enforcement expert, as we continue to get a lot of details coming in about President Trump and the assassination attempt on his life. Again, we do have a statement in from the Trump campaign that he is fine. He thanks law enforcement for the incredible job. Ed Henry mentioned there before that there was a life-vac helicopter. Possibly it could be for the shooter. We don't know if anyone else was hurt because, again, this situation is unfolding as we speak.
Well, first of all, we don't know the proximity that the shooter was at, because one thing people have to understand about rounds as they travel through the air, they sound different if you are where the shooter is located versus where the target of that shooting is located, if there's enough distance apart. That's why when you hear over Trump's microphone, you hear a crack, not more of a rapport sound that you would hear typically with a gunshot. It's also over a microphone, so it's going to change a little bit from what you and I would hear if we were there. So I'm not sure how far away that shooter was and what type of weapon that they were using, but I'm hearing cracks as the bullet comes across there. So the shooter could have been from a distance away. If they were close enough, and that was just his mic changing that sound, then I would be shocked that somebody was able to secrete a weapon into that location. Even if they're in a standoff distance, the Secret Service has snipers that should be around that area during these types of rallies. But, and I'm not going to totally criticize the Secret Service at this point, but one thing I'm definitely seeing is that the response onto that stage was slow, that the Secret Service, that the CAT team that responded up there was slow. When the Secret Service was putting him in the car, you saw a female agent that was having a terrible time holstering her weapon, whether or not she was going to holster it. And even when they were moving, it was disorganized. And this is an agency that's supposed to be on top and the best, most elite protective service that there is. And so I was not pleased with what I saw there. But from the shooting standpoint, I'm not clear how far away this individual is or was, but also about 10 seconds after the initial volley of shootings, of rounds, you hear another shot and then somebody scream. That could have been the shooter being taken out. The shooter could have been taken out earlier, but that could have very well been them taking the shooter out. So again, I'm not real clear. We don't really have a clear picture at this point in time of who and where they were shooting from, but it's good to see that the president is okay. And I'm telling you right now, that picture that you're showing right there of Donald J. Trump is going to win him this election. And that is a warrior right there that you're seeing.
He certainly is. And you saw immediately after he was shot, and I know what you're talking about, that woman, security agent getting in his face, telling him he has to leave the stage. And he just immediately said, fight. Now, prayers for the president, for President Trump. They are also coming in from his political opponents. Still nothing from Joe Biden, still nothing from the White House. But Chuck Schumer, Senator Chuck Schumer, just released a statement writing, quote, I am horrified by what happens at the Trump rally in Pennsylvania and relieved that former President Trump is safe. Political violence has no place in our country. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy also posting on X, we should all condemn what happened today, and I'm hoping for the health of the former president and everyone else at that rally. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries wrote in a post on X, quote, that his thoughts and prayers are with former President Trump and expressed thanks for the decisive law enforcement response. But still nothing, Jonathan, from Joe Biden, from anyone at the White House. He has been briefed on the situation. This campaign has gotten so ugly. They tried to bankrupt President Trump. They tried to put him behind bars, President Trump. And now they tried to kill President Trump.
Right. And you have to realize that this is all tactics, political tactics, that these sound bites. Chuck Schumer, I don't believe a word he's saying. I don't think he feels bad about this at all. The same with these other Democrats that are going to put out these statements. The reality is, tactically, they don't want to see Trump in this. They have driven this. The left has driven this to a point that it has gotten this extreme just in a political race. And the country is so divided. They can say whatever they want about Trump. I mean, look, this right here should show the American people that it's time to stop bowing to these politicians that are not leaders. They do not have the best interests of this nation. They don't find solutions, and they drive the people to hate each other this bad. And I frankly am sick and tired of it. And I would not be surprised if this right here drives the American people to either come together, or this kicks off something that we've never seen in this country since our own Civil War.
Jonathan Gillum, former FBI agent, law enforcement expert. Thank you so much, sir. I just want you to stay put for a moment. I want to bring in Newsmax host of Rob Schmitt tonight. Rob Schmitt, he's at getting ready for the RNC convention, which Newsmax will be broadcasting from. Rob, what is going through your mind right now? President Trump, immediately after it appears that he was shot, we see a lot of blood coming from his right ear. He immediately says, fight, fight, fight. Puts his fist up in the air, now releasing a statement saying that he's going to be fine, but still not a single word from Joe Biden. What do you make of the regime, the Biden regime? Has this it's spiraled out of control? President Trump was almost killed tonight.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the point is anybody surprised? Has anybody not thought about this potentially happening? The rhetoric that's been around this man for the last 7 years. I mean, who's, you know, when you vilify a person to this point, which is what they've done, who simply has policies that are designed to make this country run in the way that the people that live here want to. You know, these are populist policies meant to bring power back to the people and away from the establishment government. And that threat is so dire to that establishment that they have vilified this man to the point of this. I mean, he's shot at a rally. I don't know how a gun got in there, but when you tell the people of this country, or at least half the people of this country effectively, that this man is Hitler, which is what they've been doing for the last several years, is anybody surprised that somebody is going to try and take him out? It's not surprising at all. It's terrifying, and it's disgusting. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, I was not alive when Reagan was shot in 81, I think. You know, I was born in 83. But I just, to see a moment like that, to see him standing there on the stage and to get, it appears, winged by a bullet in the ear, and then to see his defiance, to say, wait a second, and to put his fist up, to let his people know he's okay and to keep fighting. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I mean, as far as, you know, politically, I mean, this is, you know, the support was already so massive around him because this country is being dragged to hell and back by this administration and by what the far left has done by capturing the White House with Joe Biden and what they've implemented the last 3.5 years has been a disaster. This is rocket fuel. This is rocket fuel, as simple as that. I can't believe that we've gotten to the point where we've made, I mean, we saw what happened with the congressional baseball game when Steve Scalise was almost killed. This is what they will resort to keep their power. They will stop at nothing. You know, I mean, you watch, I have a political show every night. I talk trash. I call Biden, you know, he's a clown, he's a fool, all these things like that. On the other side, they're telling people that Trump is Satan, that he's Hitler, that the country is over if he gets into power. It's a difference. There is a difference there. And the difference is seen here tonight. You see exactly what people are capable of. You got a lot of lunatics in this country, and they're capable of terrible things. And you have a media and you have an establishment left in this country that is out there pushing rhetoric that will lead to this every single time. And it's so, I couldn't believe it. You know, I'm not shaved, you know, here I am, it's the weekend. I have friends here with me and this happened and we just immediately flipped the car back to come back here and I'm in the house. It's got an echo. The studio's not done yet, but it was just unbelievable to think that it's, you know, it's a random Saturday and something like this happens. And you have the president up there giving this massive rally. He's just north of Pittsburgh. He's got thousands, if not tens of thousands of people watching him speak. I mean, this is the clear front runner. He's going to take Pennsylvania from Joe Biden. The establishment in this country is enraged. They're furious because of this. And they have spun this story that this man who simply just wants to tax the people less, make the government smaller, have a border, and have sensible policies in this country that aren't run by the lobbyists, by the special interests, and by the establishment. That is so enraging and threatening to them that they have turned it into this. And this is the point that we've gotten to. And I can't believe that that bullet winged his ear. I mean, he was an inch or two away from death. I don't know what kind of gun this was. I don't know how they got it into this place. It's that close, and it's just terrifying. Go ahead.
It is terrifying. Keep it right there, Rob. Don't go anywhere. We have America's Mayor Rudy Giuliani, close friend also of President Trump. He's joining us right now. Mayor Giuliani, sir, thank you so much for joining us. President Trump almost assassinated, bloodied ear. We now know he's going to be okay. What's going through your mind?
see something that said, take a look at what happened. They see something.
There in the area. Again, President Trump is okay, but we are seeing multiple reports online that a person was killed. We don't know who that person was because, again, these gunshots were fired from a long distance. So God forbid someone else was, hit in the crossfire. We know that the president was hit on the right side of his head, literally centimeters, millimeters from being shot in the head and being killed right there on the spot. So, Mayor, they're trying to bankrupt you. They've weaponized the legal system against you as well as against President Trump. And now they've tried to kill President Trump. I was just talking about this with Rob Schmidt. Here on Newsmax, maybe the worst we'll say is, oh, Sleepy Joe, right? Or we'll say something like Cackling Kamala. But when you watch MSNBC, you listen to Joy Reid, they're calling President Trump Hitler. They're calling him Mussolini. They're saying he's a threat to democracy. Yeah. Joe Biden calls him a threat to democracy. This kind of rhetoric is so dangerous, all because they're simply obsessed with staying in power. They don't care that some wacko out there is being brainwashed and actually believes that the nonsense they're spewing. So as long as they stay in power. So what do you think? Should there be some sort of accountability? Will people learn their lesson that words matter?
Well, almost independent of this, demonizing President Trump is evil. It's an evil thing to do. It's an evil thing to do to him. It's an evil thing to do to our country. This man is a great leader and a human being and an exceptional leader. I was with him when he had a scare in Nevada and he had to be taken off the stage in the 2016 campaign. And I texted to him immediately after that because I rode away with him. He stayed there. He wouldn't leave until everybody was safe. And I said, you just proved tonight that you can be our president. And that was almost 8 years ago. Well, he just proved tonight that this is the kind of leader we want. This is a brave man, a strong man, a man who has principles and is willing to die for them. He has known for some time that he's in great peril. I remember going to him specifically on a specific occasion with Commissioner Carrick and telling him to please be very careful. They've done everything they possibly can do to him. This is like the 7th or 8th attempt to frame him for things he didn't do. These people are evil people, and I'm not going to be specific, but the people who tried to take him out on Russian collusion or covering up the hard drive, these are horrible things to do. I don't think anybody in history ever did things like this. And our feckless press lets them get away with it. These are not nice people. This idea that Joe Biden is a nice man, what a joke. I mean, the reality is they are blind with ambition and driven by hatred.
And again, so Mayor Giuliani, I'm looking right now at the Pittsburgh TV station's Twitter feed. And again, it's saying confirmed. Butler County District Attorney says that one person is believed to be dead. Again, President Trump is okay. No information about the shooter right now. Mayor Giuliani, thank you so much for calling in with us. Let's bring in Newsmax host.
God bless him.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, let's bring in Newsmax host Greta Van Susteren. Greta, thank you so much for joining us. I can only imagine what is going on through your mind right now as you saw these events unfold, President Trump almost assassinated.
Yeah, you know what a contrast it is, because I'm already in Milwaukee with so many of other Newsmax hosts ready to get ready for the convention. And I was just at a street fair and everything seems perfectly normal. And all of a sudden you see the phones start to turn on and turn on as people start to talk and look that there's a possible assassination attempt of the president of the United States, who we expect to be here any day now. So naturally, I mean, it's very disruptive. It's turned everything upside down. Of course it has. And, but this was, look, who hasn't expected something like this? You know, we live in a very ugly world where the politicians have been very ugly with each other in terms of things that are said. You know, things are said about President Trump that he's going to end democracy, and that, you know, and so it's almost as though if by any chance you should support Trump, that you must be in favor of ending democracy, and you light people on fire. And we don't know we don't know anything about the shooter today. But I'm sure that it's going to be a pretty predictable description of him when we finally do hear. It's not going to be some guy who suddenly woke up this morning and decided he was going to do this. This is probably, you know, these are an awful lot of people out there who are very vicious, who are on a mission, and it's no longer, you know, so much a thought of working at the voting box, but trying to get even and calling people evil, rotten, horrible things, and they're going to destroy the world. So naturally, this isn't a big surprise, but kudos to our Secret Service and President Trump. Looks like a pretty tough guy getting up and shaking his fist in the air, but it could have been, you know, an inch in one other direction. It could have been a very different story, or even a different politician. You know, next time it could be President Biden.
Right. And I'm just looking right now, Pennsylvania Republican Senate candidate David McCormick, he was sitting there in the front row. He told Politico that it appeared that someone behind him was shot. Quote, McCormick said, all of a sudden shots started to crack. Someone behind me appears to have been shot. All of a sudden, shots started to crack. Someone behind me appears to have been shot. There's lots of blood. And then the Secret Service were all over President Trump. We're also seeing from TV stations, Greta, the local TV station there, that there was a person was possibly shot and killed. So we don't know if that was the shooter. We don't know if someone was hit in the crossfire.
Yeah, it said, I've read the report, says that shooter is dead, but that doesn't mean that there weren't other people involved. That's the problem. I mean, this is such an unfolding story. We have no idea. I mean, let's hope that is a shooter, that shooter is dead. And let's hope that this is not going to be some sort of copycat craze. And we're going to have to go through this, you know, more as the days and weeks go on. It's going to be a really rough and tough election between now and November. And look, this is a president who likes to go out and meet the people. He doesn't like to sit behind a camera in an office and talk to people on Zoom. He likes to go out and shake hands and talks to people. That's his MO. And so this is, you know, very disheartening for some. I assume he's going to survive. He looks fine. He got up. He shook his head and his hand in the air. But look, you know, he likes to
Greta,
go out and talk to people.
Greta, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we are learning from the Butler County, this just in, the Butler County District Attorney telling the Associated Press that the shooter is dead. The shooter confirmed dead that tried to conduct the assassination attempt on President Trump, as well as a rally attendee has been killed. So again, the shooter dead and rally attendee killed at Trump event in Pennsylvania. Butler County District Attorney telling the Associated Press. And again, President Trump is expected to be okay, but he was hit. We don't know exactly if it grazed his head. Greta, what's going through your mind right now with this latest news coming in?
Terrible tragedy. The rally attender. I mean, what was he? You know, what was he doing? Was he trying to be and we're going to sort through this. We're going to stiffen all our security around our presence, which is terrible. I mean, one of the best things about the way we campaign this country is that presidents go out and meet with people. But now what's the Secret Service going to do? They're going to try to, you know, put the brakes on him. I don't think he's going to like that very well. I think Trump's probably going to get right back up on the horse and campaign some more. But this is just going to mean we have to be more careful who gets into these perimeters. Look, I'm in Milwaukee, and I bet tomorrow the perimeter to get into to the arena toughens after the incident today, because you just can't let your guard down. And of course, this is just ample proof of why you can't let your guard down. Not that they were letting their guard down here, but it's going to be a lot tougher, I bet, here in Milwaukee and even out in Chicago.
All right, Greta Van Susteren, don't go anywhere. We're going to bring in Chris Salcedo. He's a host of the Chris Salcedo Show right here on Newsmax on 4 p.m. Eastern. Chris Salcedo, again, we're just learning the shooter is dead. A rally attendee also killed at this Trump rally. President Trump will be okay, surviving this assassination attempt. We've been talking about this. They tried to bankrupt President Trump. They tried to put him behind bars for life, President Trump. They've smeared his name. Mussolini. They even called him a rapist, and now they tried to kill him. Sadly, we knew it could come to this point, and here we are at this moment in time in history where they tried to kill him now, to kill the main political opponent running against Joe Biden, the incumbent for the White House. What is going through your mind, Chris?
Tragic for our country. Speaking with some officials before I came to you, Lydia, and what this is going to do, the permanent schism that, of course, the detractors of the America First agenda seem to be hell-bent on making sure is part of this national fabric, the national unity completely destroyed with actions like this. My first thoughts are of somebody going to a Trump rally to support their chosen candidate ends up dead at the hands of somebody who we are all trying to get an identification on as soon as humanly possible. But how tragic this is. I'm looking at some reaction coming in from my home state of Texas. Governor Greg Abbott, they try to jail him. They try to kill him. It will not work. He is indomitable. And I think it's that type of spirit that we saw in so many of these still photos now that are all part of social media, Lydia, where you had President Trump defiantly putting his hand in the air, trying to tell the Secret Service agents, no, let me tell the folks how we all have to be, how we have to stand in the face of this oppressive type agenda that seems to be being foisted upon us by those who were detractors of the America First agenda. It's just so tragic to see what's happening to our country. A lot of people felt pretty badly about the ascendancy of President Trump as Joe Biden has been flailing as of late. And I don't know. I know a lot of political punditry, Lydia, has been saying that the big worry is, as the American people have seen through the Democrats' lawfare, as they've seen through all of these numerous attacks on President Trump, how it's not affected his poll numbers or his popularity. In fact, having just the opposite impact. And our worry was that this eventuality might come around. And here it is. The Babylon Bee is lampooning Democrats right now, saying that the same party that has been calling Trump Hitler for the last 8 years is astonished that somebody would try to assassinate him. And it's a bit of a stinging satire for a moment like this. And I think Democrats have got to be very careful. Here we are, Lydia, coming up on an hour. Where's Joe Biden? Where's the statement from the White House? Where are prominent Democrats saying this is not what needs to happen in this country and condemning this type of violence in our politics? It is a very perilous situation for the Democrat Party and its legitimacy at this point, the longer they wait.
It is incredible that we have yet to hear.
Bring your child's dream room to life at Living Spaces, where our kids and teens collections help unlock their potential and unleash their personality. Build a space to grow, learn, and play, and get everything they need fast with free shipping as soon as
also coming out and condemning the violence, among many, many others. Speaker Mike Johnson tweeting, praying for President Trump. Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about pray for everyone involved. But again, if you're just tuning in, President Trump will be okay. The shooter has been killed, and a rally attendee is also dead this evening. Donald Trump Jr. also putting out a tweet of his father bloodied with his fist up in the air. He'll never stop fighting to save America. Governor Doug Burgum tweeting out, we all know President Trump is stronger than his enemies. Today, he showed it. Mike Pence also tweeting, Karen and I praying for President Trump and urge every American to join us. Chris Salcedo, don't go anywhere. I'm hearing now that Greg Kelly, host of Greg Kelly Reports, is also joining us right now. Greg Kelly, tell us what is going through your mind right now. The rhetoric. You know, what's sad. I hate to say this. We knew this was going. It was going to come to this.
Lydia, the rhetoric is an issue, but right now I'm just trying to come to terms with the facts and my relief that President Trump seems to be safe. The former president is safe, the official word from the Secret Service. And do me a favor, the control room, we've got a serious echo here, if you don't mind. I have been worried. Everybody's been worried about his safety. This is a very tense political season, but what a hero. What a hero. He spilled blood today for America. Some people are saying he turned his head at exactly the right moment. And if he hadn't turned his head, perhaps a bullet could have destroyed him. Instead, he will live to continue to fight. And after the Secret Service, he went down, the Secret Service swarms him. I believe in that interlude, that's when the shooter, whoever that shooter is, we do not know, was taken down. We don't have, I've heard conflicting reports about the shooter's status, dead, alive, we do not know. But he got to his feet and he actually told the Secret Service two things. Get my shoes. I believe that those were his words. And then wait. And he kind of broke through the two shoulders of the Secret Service agents to pump his fist defiantly and in victory at the same time. And I believe what he was saying was fight, 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 as blood was on his face. And that was the scare of a lifetime for millions and millions and millions of us, those who support him, and I believe probably many who do not support him. Hopefully at this moment, we can all come together and condemn this kind of violence. It is perhaps a miracle that he survived. I'm going to say it looks like a miracle. In that moment, we will never forget it. We will never forget it. And I think it's at this moment, perhaps an hour ago, I did not note the exact time. Actually, time is going fast. It was 6:14 when gunshots seemed to ring out. It seemed to me to be from quite a distance, perhaps from a rifle. I do not know. We're also hearing, again, conflicting reports about a rally attendee being seriously wounded, if not shot and killed. That is unconfirmed. The best news we have right now is from the Secret Service. The former president is safe. The former president is safe. I was surprised, quite frankly, the lack of speed in getting him out of there. They walked rather slowly. That's what it is. Perhaps they had a reason to do that. And it certainly gave President Trump the opportunity to signal to all of us that he is alive, he will live, and he will continue fighting. However, I must say, we were still concerned that perhaps he was wounded. You know, Ronald Reagan walked into after the assassination attempt in 1981, they thought he was fine initially. He actually walked into the hospital, George Washington University. That is somewhat vague. We
All right, folks. Guys, in the control room, I'm not exactly sure what just happened. I lost some audio here for a moment. Not exactly sure what's happening in the studio. I think I've got the ball now, so let me just recap in case you're tuning in here on Newsmax and Newsmax 2. We have an incident that happened at a rally today, a rally for President Trump, where the former president was grazed by a bullet, an assassin's bullet. He is okay. Sad to report that an individual who was attending this rally has lost their life. The shooter, we are being told, is also dead at this hour. So this is an incredibly sad situation that's unfolding in our country. Some Democrats have started to weigh in, politicos from all over the United States, mostly Republicans taking to social media, mostly Republicans taking and issuing statements, those a part of the conservative movement, those who said that because of the rhetoric in this country, because of what we've had to endure these last 3 or 4 years, actually even before that, that this eventuality might happen. Individuals have been predicting that as the lawfare against President Trump didn't work, as their attempts, those who oppose the America First agenda tried to throw President Trump off social media, silence his voice, indict him, hit him with a slew of legal challenges and legal accusations that really don't pass muster. Oh, by the way, guys, also getting a little bit of an echo in my ear here all of a sudden, so I'm going to bring down the TV station so I can at least continue to talk to you folks out there. So where was I? Oh, yes, the lawfare against President Trump didn't work. His poll numbers skyrocketed. And then, as we all saw, Joe Biden, the con that the left wing has been running on this country was exposed on debate night. On your screen, you are seeing images. President Trump stopping his Secret Service detail from taking him off the stage, whisking him off the stage, which, of course, is their instinct to do. Stopping them, saying, let me tell the folks I'm okay. And he did, raising his hand defiantly at those individuals, or this individual, I should say, who tried to remove him from the political discourse on the political stage here in this country. So in case you're just tuning in, again, an assassination attempt, it's what's being classified here against President Trump, a bullet grazing, it appears, his ear. The president is good, as you can see, he is good to go and walked off under his own power, but as you can see, his ear getting grazed by a bullet as he was whisked away by Secret Service. I can only imagine what's happening in the minds of the family members of the individual who was killed, who did take this would-be assassin's bullet, and what that family must be going through tonight, and asking themselves some very pointed questions. What kind of country do we live in, run by an establishment that would create an atmosphere like this? And those individuals who are in that family probably wondering, what does it all mean? Let me bring in Greg Kelly. Greg Kelly Reports, good friend. And I was listening to some of your observations, Greg. We're trying to feverishly discover the identity of the shooter. My hope and prayer is that authorities will not keep his identity from us, as other high-profile shooters' identities and manifestos have been kept from us by certain authorities in this country. Your thoughts?
Well, in a way, our hopes and prayers have already been answered in that President Trump is safe. President Trump will live to fight. In fact, he was fighting moments after this shooting. My emotions are high and all over the place. Extreme relief, anger that this happened. I'm also actually taking a look at video that has just come in. I'm not sure if we are prepared to put it up on TV. I'm sending it to the control room right now. I'm looking at on top of what appears to be a warehouse in camouflage clothing in a sniper's type position. Perhaps this is the gunman. I don't know. That certainly hasn't been confirmed. But I do see a person in camouflage on top of a warehouse. The people are speculating that he had just been killed, that he had just been taken down, or at least put down by the Secret Service. I believe Ray Kelly is with us. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Ray Kelly, the former police commissioner of New York City. This is Greg Kelly right here at Newsmax. And Commissioner Kelly happens to be my father, but you were also in charge of the Secret Service for a good chunk of time in the mid-1990s when you were Under Secretary of the Treasury. Service reported to you. You've seen the video. You're getting bits and pieces of information. What can you tell us, sir?
Well, I really can't tell you too much other than what has been reported, but it is ironic that you and I were talking about the possibility of assassination attempt against President Trump. We were talking in the last 24 hours because of the level of vitriol, the speech that's been all over in terms of President Trump being the subject of such hateful rhetoric. It's incredible. This we talked about last night, and you cannot get anywhere near 1800 Pennsylvania Avenue. That is the level of speech that we have been subjected to just in the last 24, 28 hours. So we don't know. I don't know much about who has done this shooting, but this former president has been impeached twice, has been the subject of charges that are certainly questionable, and it's come to this. We have to, as a nation, as a country, lower the level of hate and hate speech that we have heard in this presidential campaign. It is.
I totally agree.
It's just
Totally
so
agree, Commissioner
beneath
Kelly. We have a bit of information. We're getting this from Pennsylvania police sources. They believe that President Trump was not struck by a bullet, but that a bullet may have hit the glass teleprompter shield, and that glass shattered, and that is actually what impacted President Trump's face and ear. But these were real bullets, and they hit at least 2 people on the stage and possibly more. By the way, I know I had a similar injury in Iraq. It was a shrapnel injury. It's no joke, and I'm sure no one to minimize the teleprompter glass. This was an assassination attempt. It is so clear. You have any observations about the Secret Service response? You know, of course, we were. What you saw, did it appear like standard? And let me ask you this also. You know, President Trump on January 6th, he spoke to a large crowd behind a bulletproof glass, which kind of makes a lot of sense to me. We don't see a bulletproof glass there. We don't see bulletproof glass actually at any of his rallies. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, it should be. Obviously, from now on, I'm sure we'll be seeing that, assuming he continues to do these rallies. But yeah, I mean, this has raised the stakes tremendously, and it's also interesting to note that Robert Kennedy, whose father and uncle were assassinated, has not been given to the Secret Service protection by this administration. That has to be changed immediately. You know, the game has
Commissioner,
changed.
We have a report from the New York Post that 2 snipers were involved in the assassination attempt on former President Trump. Law enforcement insiders said the assailants were both snipers and were neutralized by the Secret Service counter-assault team. I'm told we may have Bob Brooks on the ground at the rally. Bob, can you hear me?
Yeah, Greg, you got me. We're having kind of tough signal right now ever since this happened. As you would imagine, they're trying to scramble things. Do you got me?
We hear you loud and clear, Bob, loud and clear. Please tell us what you saw. Tell us everything you can.
So, hot day, obviously. Trump came out, started to cool down, started giving his speech. And it was your typical Trump speech. The crowd was fired up. I sat down in my seat watching the president, and then you heard the first shot. Greg, it sounded like, honestly, it didn't sound like some kind of high-powered rifle, like kaboom. It was like a pop. It sounded like a firecracker, the first one. And then there was more, and then there was more. And then that's when it dawned on everybody there was an assassination attempt going on, or there's some type of shooting to some degree, mass shooting on the crowd. And I was on the risers directly in front of the president, and I ducked down, everybody dove down, and then the firing stopped. And I looked up, and I didn't see President Trump. I just saw the scrum around him on stage, and I just started shouting out. I said, where is he? Where is he? Is he down? They're like, yeah, he's behind the podium. He's behind the podium. He's down. I'm thinking the worst. I'm saying we know he's okay now. Thank God he's okay. And then off to the left. So, Greg, President Trump is speaking directly to the crowd. To the right, the shot came, at least one of them, as you're saying now there's two snipers involved in this. At least one of them was off in the risers. There's the risers behind him, to the right, his right-hand side. That's where the state police, I looked over there, I saw state police converged on somebody over there, a scrum going on just as well. By that time, the shooting had stopped, but the crowd was in dismay. I mean, we just saw an assassination attempt against the president. It was kind of weird, like some water system shot out from the two monitors that were by him. One of them, I don't know if a bullet hit it or something and hit a line or whatnot, but everything stopped, and then water shot out, sprayed out from the side, and then the rest is kind of a blur, Greg. We just had the assassination attempt on Trump, but I will say this. When he got up and he fist pumped the crowd, we all fist pumped him back, including myself. We all screamed, USA, USA, we love you. Everybody was... it was happening in real time, so we didn't really know what to do, but we all fist pumped him, and they whisked him out and then put him in the SUV, and then he was gone. The scrum continued off to the side, though, within seconds, Greg. Police tape had been put up around that area. Secret Service in that area came through. They began kicking over chairs, obviously looking for weapons or whatnot. And it was all focused to that side. I did see what I thought to be blood on the bleachers to where the shots looked like they came from and to where that scrum was going on. And then the crowds, they got on the intercom and they said, you got to go. Everybody's got to clear out. And everybody started clearing out. And we tried to get on air as soon as we could. And we did. And that's the latest now. Everyone's been leaving, Greg. And you can see behind me, this was the row of all the Trump memorabilia. What a day. What a fun day we were having here in Western Pennsylvania, Greg. As you know, I'm from here. I grew up about an hour and 20 minutes away. And this was a great day for Western PA. The crowd was huge. I haven't seen a crowd covered a lot of Trump rallies. I haven't seen one like this. It was enormous. And to have it end like this, obviously it's awful. It's awful they tried to kill President Trump. It's just awful for the country, period. What happens next? Where do we go next? Where are things going to go? No one knows. It's a new country now. So, but that's the way it unfolded, Greg.
Bob, thank you so much. We're glad you were there. Glad you're safe and the president is safe. I have a statement from the campaign. This just came in. President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. That's from Stephen Cheung, Trump spokesperson. And Bob, if you're still with me, can you just tell me how far from the podium were you? You said you were right in front of it. How many feet would you estimate were you from the president?
Well, we were on the risers, the press risers. So we were about maybe 75 yards away, right in front. I was looking right at him, and you hear this shot, and you kind of see, I don't know what I saw, like maybe a bullet whizzing by, and it's just everybody froze, and then pop, 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 pop. You heard the other ones, and then we ducked down. We were under attack, so we ducked down and tried to get safety. Once it stopped, but again, I'll never forget that moment my entire life. It's one for the history books when President Trump stood up and fist pumped the crowd. I've never. Obviously, this doesn't happen every day. I've never experienced anything like that. We all screamed. We were all cheering for him. Every single one of us, fist pumping him back.
You know, the image, Bob, it kind of looks like the Marines on Iwo Jima with that flag. I think it is going to go down in history. What an iconic moment, and maybe it's too early for that. We're again just we're so relieved that the president is okay. He's fine, and he will be out there again. You know what? I'm a little bit surprised and gratified, relieved that there wasn't some sort of stampede or, you know, a panic. The kind of was remarkably under control. When a sniper starts firing, you know, you could imagine that hundreds of people might start running in all directions.
Your thoughts exactly were mine. I thought that was what was about to happen. I thought pandemonium, complete pandemonium was about to break loose, but it was so quick. And the state police, Secret Service was on the guy or people so fast. And I don't know if Secret Service snipers, Greg, you say they countered it and they got to him so quick. But the people here, nobody. I mean, we panicked, but nobody went completely insane afterwards. It was over so quick. It was surreal, Greg. We just saw an assassination attempt on President Trump. It was, and then after it happened, we were all just like in a daze. And then Secret Service is walking in. They're saying, "Okay, you got to pack your bags. You got to go." And you just are taking orders. You're following along. People were crying. Greg, I interviewed some women coming out crying, teary-eyed, rightfully so. I can't blame them. They just can't believe it's got to this point. Though I've been listening to the broadcast, Lydia has made a lot of great points too. We all thought this was a possibility. I've heard many people say that this potentially could have happened to President Trump. And you hear that rhetoric and they're like, oh, well, it's so extreme. It's so extreme. Clearly it's not. Clearly that's where it is, Greg. That's what happened today. President Trump was nearly killed. Thank God he wasn't. But it just, and since then, everyone's been in a daze. People have been slowly walking out. We've been doing interviews and sad. Everyone's sad. People, like I said, people are crying.
We understand. We understand. What a wild moment. And people are we have heard, it's kind of confirmed, we believe, that the shooter has been killed. Conflicting reports as to how many shooters, one or two. About 2 minutes ago, the Post was reporting that there were two attempted assassins, or two shooters involved in this. We are hearing that the shooter was killed by a Secret Service assault team. One other person believed to be a civilian also killed. Once again, the president is safe, but we have no details yet about his condition or exactly what kind of wounds he sustained. He is grateful for the Secret Service and their fast reaction. We saw it, and we might as well re-rack the video and maybe take it from the top. It's remarkable how much you can see, and now some photographs are emerging from behind the podium. We'll work to get those on air as well. There is a whole other sequence of images behind the scene. And Bob, don't go far. We could sure use you.
Yeah, Greg, I'm here. Absolutely.
I would imagine you bet. Look, this is an active crime scene. I'm hearing there are law enforcement still all over the place, interviewing people. What's happening in that regard? You told us in great detail, and we appreciate it, what happened. What's happening right now?
To your point, Greg, crime scene investigation. So after everyone had collected themselves and the apparent threat was neutralized, the Secret Service, they come in, okay, and on the riser where the shots came from, and they tackled the person and killed them, I guess. They roped
Bob,
that
do me a favor. I just
off.
have to let me jump in for a moment. It looks like I'm told that this footage here is the shooter being taken away. And actually, it looks like someone's performing CPR on an individual, whether that's the shooter, whether that couldn't be the shooter, to be honest. That couldn't be, based on the location. That's right behind where President Trump was speaking. You could see that somebody, and we heard somebody else was shot, and that would have been pretty much in the line of fire. Gosh, we are looking at at people scrambling, I think, to save a life. This individual, I don't believe is the shooter. I believe this is a victim, yet we can't say for sure really much of anything at this point. We're just taking this in. We're waiting for confirmation, but I believe that that was another victim. And people, they're blood-stained, regular people with their shirts stained with blood in the aftermath of this horrible, horrible event. Wow. Bob, sorry about that, but this is a pretty key piece of video.
Okay.
Tell us more, if you don't mind, what's happening right now.
It's a crime scene investigation. Immediately after, and Trump had left, and the apparent the threat was neutralized. They roped off that area on crime scene tape where the shots came from, and then everybody had to leave. We're on the risers, Greg, and we had to leave most of our equipment. We took just enough so we could get our live shots out, but they were like, you got to go. Everyone's got to go right now. This is a crime scene. Secret Service agents, they came through. Everybody had to go. Everybody had to leave the fairgrounds. And as we're walking out, agents all over the place. And I saw a medevac going off. I don't know if that was for former President Trump. I have no idea, but that just added to the chaos of the situation at the time because nobody had really known. We got a little reassurance when President Trump got up and gave the fist bump, but nobody really knew in such a fluid situation and chaotic situation what was going on. So the whole farm show grounds, Greg, is a crime scene now. We are about half a mile away. This obviously was where the Trump memorabilia was for sale and people were having a great time, but that has all come to an end. And like I said, I just talked to people. So I talked to a gentleman who was in the second row. I showed me his wristband. He said, yeah, I was sitting right there. I saw him get shot. At the time, we didn't know.
Wild.
It's unsure yet. Yeah, did it hit that glass and spray? Like I said, and that guy's story corroborates mine. There was some kind of like burst around his head. And then we just, what was that? And then bang, 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 more happened. And that's when we knew that there was an assassination attempt going on.
And right now, we're seeing that, again, a man performed CPR on, we believe, was a rally, just a person attending the rally, maybe in VIP seating. Katrina Zish is with us. And Katrina,
yeah.
I think we have reaction from President
Biden. We do have a statement. Also, I do want to update that we are hearing that the former president was hit by shrapnel, again, that was flying from wherever the shooter was. And, of course, the bullets did, unfortunately, hit someone behind former President Trump. And also, I know there's someone else seriously injured. Okay, we do have a witness who saw the shooter, I believe, if I'm hearing correctly. All right, what I'm going to do.
The event, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw and what. So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees out there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally. Right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, but we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof. And he had a gun, right? He had a rifle. Right. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out. So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof? 100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up
You
there.
saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service.
We were telling the police, we were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
Did you see, I mean, obviously everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't know quite who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
That's incredibly shocking.
The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof right there.
Did you get a look at him? Could you?
No, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. I mean, we saw the rifle, 100%.
Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was?
Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it, but,
sure. But
it was a rifle of some sort. Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is, if I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof.
All right, some serious questions being raised by that man about security and whether it was adequate, whether when and how sniper was spotted. Hey, we should point out that President Biden has issued a statement we mentioned a moment ago. Katrina, What does he have to say?
He said, I've been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he is safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There is no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. Greg, very powerful words.
Yes. And now, actually, if I want to see this again, we're going to go to the moment where the shots started to ring out and President Trump was hit. He's mid-speech and then something happens.
That's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Move it there. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Get ready. Get ready. You ready? Stop. Stop. Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we got to move to the class. Let me get my shoes. Okay, what's up? Wait.
missiles, of course. I heard somebody say, hold him, hold him, hold him. And then from President Trump, I heard, let me get my shoes. And then wait, because he didn't want to be taken, I think, so he could have an opportunity to reassure the crowd that he was okay. But Katrina, they were taking him out. It seemed like he was wounded, perhaps his legs or something like that, that he had difficulty walking.
I wouldn't be surprised, Greg, if he was also in complete shock. Just in that moment, the amount of adrenaline that I can only imagine would be going through when you do realize whether or not he saw blood on his hand, because we did see the blood coming from his ear where he was apparently grazed. And we're learning right now that the shooting at his rally is being investigated as a possible assassination attempt, according to law enforcement officials. Now, it certainly seems that that is what it is again, but we just want to go with exactly what is being reported at the moment. But an absolutely terrifying moment. In that moment of fear, Greg, when the entire crowd started chanting USA, I still have goosebumps from that moment.
The attempted assassin reportedly is dead. We also heard from an eyewitness that they were trying to call attention to this person on a roof for some period of time before the shots started to ring out. There's also a report that another person, a rally attendee, just a regular person there, may have been seriously wounded. Yes. We saw CPR being performed on an individual, and a lot of folks trying to help him. And we don't have an identity. We don't have much of anything at this point. There are some conflicting reports. I'm actually going to go with the New York Post. The shooter, identified as a Chinese national, was in a sniper position located hundreds of yards away from Trump's podium in Butler, Pennsylvania, as he spoke to a campaign crowd. This is, again, a report in the New York Post. John Huddy is in Milwaukee. Is that correct, John?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
John, you're talking to the campaign people. What do you have for us?
Well, I'm outside the Pfizer Center, and this is where the Republican National Convention is going to be. Obviously, it kicks off on Monday, and security is, look, these event security is already high. I was at the Trump rally at the Trump National in Doral, as you may recall, on Tuesday. And typically what happens is there's a media preset well in advance of the rally, even the beginning of the rally, or when Trump is supposed to speak. And what happens is you go in there, the media sets up the camera gear, you set up the equipment, you bring in your bags, anything that you're going to be bringing in. And that could be anywhere from 7 to 8 hours prior to the rally. And then people obviously start showing up hours in advance, 5, 6 hours, but they have to wait to go through while the Secret Service does a sweep of the venue. If it's at a venue or if it's at the Trump National at the golf course, they go through the golf course, they check all the area, and you have not only the Secret Service, you have law enforcement, you have state police, you have local police, you have SWAT tactical teams, all basically on hand providing security. So today was much the same as well. Before this incident happened. That's what the Secret Service is calling it. What we're hearing, according to Pennsylvania State Police sources, is that the alleged shooter opened fire, possibly glass fragments from the teleprompter, may have hit apparently, according to our sources, hit former President Trump. But as we know, the shooter, according to authorities, was killed along with one of the people, somebody at the rally as well. But I've been to many of these rallies, Greg, and this, Secret Service, the security is always very, very tight. So that is going to be the case here. In fact, there's a preset going on right now inside the forum behind me in the venue. Basically, all the gear is locked down. So how this affects the event tomorrow and going forward when it kicks off on Monday as well, you better believe that security is going to be even at a much heightened and greater level as well. But a lot of bipartisan reaction is pouring in at this point, from both Democrats, Republicans as well. The governor of Pennsylvania said that violence has no place in our society. And we're hearing that also from other Democratic officials, both local and federal officials as well. The campaign, meantime, Stephen Chung with the Trump campaign says the former president is okay. He was treated at a local hospital, and you saw, of course, the video of him going down when the shots were fired, doing the right thing at the podium, going down, and then the Secret Service amassing getting on top of him, getting him out of there, and then him getting up and waving his fist, saying what appeared to be fight. Don't know that for sure, but again, I can tell you, not to repeat myself too much here, but security at these events is always very, very high. But that said, this is still being investigated. We don't want to jump to conclusions. We don't want to speculate too much about the circumstances leading up to this, but obviously this is a very serious situation.
Well, some circumstances we don't have to speculate about. We know the rhetoric has been incredibly intense, and a lot of high-level Democrats and even some Republicans using phrases like a clear and present danger, which actually connotes that you can break the law to stop the whatever is the clear and present danger, and they have characterized President Trump as that. And for many of us, the rhetoric has gone way overboard, and we were worried about this eventuality. However, we don't know everything. We don't know the motives. We don't know the identity of the shooter or shooters. This is all still very, very new, brand new. An investigation obviously is underway, and the information will be made available, we hope, very, very soon.
Yeah, we sure do. Also, a few incoming news moments here to share with you. First of all, we do know John Huddy mentioned potential security, what's going to happen at the RNC on Monday. We also do know that security is being increased around all of former President Trump's properties. Also, it is being upped for all of his family members as this investigation continues. And we are just learning this in from the Biden campaign. The Biden campaign is going to pause all outbound communications and is working to pull down TV ads as quickly as possible. And that is according from a Biden campaign official to the New York Times. John, are you hearing anything else where you are?
I heard he just said something about losing it, but okay, we're actually going to go to Maryland right now. James Rosen is standing by, and I'm just going to reiterate that we have it on good authority that President Trump is in good spirits, that he is safe, and that he is, quote unquote, fine. His condition is he will be out on this. He was not seriously injured, it would seem, and we are very, very grateful and relieved. However, we still don't have all the facts. James Rosen, thanks so much for being with us. What are you hearing, sir?
Greg and Katrina, good afternoon. We have heard through the White House press pool that President Biden is going to be making remarks any minute now. We received a 2-minute warning a little over 2 minutes ago. The president's going to be speaking at the police department in Rehoboth, Delaware. He has been briefed, Mr. Biden, on this incident, both by the director of the Secret Service, as well as Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and Liz Sherwood Randall, who is the president's Homeland Security advisor. And also taking part in those briefings included Jeff Zients, the White House Chief of Staff. But we may need to break away from me any moment, because we are given to understanding that President Biden is going to be speaking imminently. This, of course, aside from the human dimension of this and the prayers for former President Trump's speedy recovery, this is many things at once here. As you note, an unfolding story, a mystery of sorts still. Even the assertion that former President Trump is fine will await further medical disclosure. As to the identity and motives, of course, of the shooter or shooters, that too remains unknown. Here is former President Biden. It appears we may have just missed his statement there. But we do know from President Biden's Twitter account that he said shortly before 8 p.m. Eastern time, quote, "I have been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who are at the rally as we await further information." Concluding, President Biden's tweet said, "Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it," unquote. Of course, there are political ramifications to this incident, aside from the other effects we just mentioned. Here we have former President Trump appearing to survive an assassination attempt in which it appears he was shot in the right ear, and then rising to communicate with the audience with a fist bump, at the same time that we are largely as a nation worrying whether President Biden can get through a single news conference. This is bound to have some political effect. As we just mentioned, the Biden-Harris campaign has announced that it is suspending its outward communications. So once again, what was already a volatile time and an unprecedented election cycle is made more so by these frightening events. We should pause to note, as John Huddy was, that it appears that the suspect in this case has been shot and killed. I have one piece of hearsay reporting, clearly labeled as such here, to pass along, which is that a former military service member friend of mine said to me, someone I trust implicitly, that he had spoken with a former military colleague of his who was seated in the second row at this Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, and that this individual told him that former President Trump was shot in the right ear from his left side. I asked if this service member from the Afghanistan conflict, who was situated in the second row, purportedly, would be willing to speak with me. That request was rejected. I was told on the grounds that the purported individual in the second row is still suffering trauma from having witnessed this event. So there is so much still more to be learned. We have heard from President Biden, both in word and on camera, and we have to simply await further detail on a whole range of issues associated with this extraordinary, frightening, and disconcerting event. Greg, Katrina.
Are you ready? Yeah. All right.
Thank you, James. I do want to go through what the president just said. We're re-racking the tape. He said that President Trump is with his doctors. He hopes to speak with him shortly. President Biden, reports that he believes he is doing well. President Trump is doing well. The idea of this kind of political violence, he says it's unheard of and not appropriate. He was asked if it was an assassination attempt, and he said, well, I have an opinion, but I don't have enough facts. He says, again, President Trump is doing well. He also says he hopes to talk to him shortly on the phone, called him Donald a couple of times, hopes to talk to Donald on the phone shortly, and said he would be perhaps updating or providing more information later on.
That's right. Okay, we are now going to bring in Pennsylvania Congressman Dan Muser. Dan, just want to get your reaction to what happened. Where were you when you heard the news, or were you there on site?
Yeah, hi, good evening. Yes, I was there. I was sitting in the front row just to the right of President Trump. My colleague, member, Representative Mike Kelly, as well as Senate candidate Dave McCormick, we were sitting together. 6-7 minutes into President Trump's speech, we heard the gunfire, and it came out pretty fast, 5 or 6 shots at least, and then followed by 3 or 4 more. The president, after about 2 shots, grabbed his ear and hit the deck as he knew he was under fire. That's about when those in the stands and around me realized what was happening, and of course there was some panic. The gunfire sounded so close. Frankly, I just had a real feeling of anger and wanted to do something. It's sort of a helpless feeling, but very sadly, a couple of civilians were hit. One not too far from me, behind me, and my understanding is they died. They were killed. So it's a really, really serious tragedy, outrageous, and we boy oh boy, we need to do better in our society than this. That's for sure.
Congressman, have you heard anything about President Trump, his injuries or anything like that? You gave us an excellent eyewitness report. All we are hearing is we saw that he seemed to be wounded in the face. We hear that he's fine. President Biden said he's with his doctors. He's doing well. We did see that he left the stage with some difficulty, whether he was limping. He really was kind of leaning on the Secret Service, at the same time giving America a great deal of encouragement and reassurance with that fist bump. Have you heard anything along those lines?
No, but the president did. He assured, he cleared the Secret Service for a moment just to give a thumbs up to everyone that he was okay. like I said, the Secret Service did their job. They were on the scene real fast, protecting him, and as well, I gotta give a salute to Pennsylvania State Troopers. Many were there, of course, and they responded fast. Just a great officers. So, and yes, the president was nearly assassinated. Let's face it, he got hit in the ear by rifle fire. So, or I'm not positive it was rifle, but from that distance, it must have been. And another quarter of an inch, he would have been he would have been hit severely. So we're very, very lucky. We're fortunate, and we've got to this level of lack of civility is hostility needs to be cooled down. Maybe this is an opportunity for that to happen.
Congressman Dan Muser, very well said. I think the negative and nasty and truly evil rhetoric simply needs to stop. And again, we know that President Biden is pausing all of his outgoing campaign messaging as we speak. And speaking of that, we appreciate your joining us. Glad that you are safe. And we're going to go back and listen to what President Biden said just moments ago in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
Well, folks, I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that the people we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that they're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much. And I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do. Okay?
Mr. President, do you think there was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried, President? Was the security failing, Mr. President?
So President Biden saying that the country has to be unified and talking about the rhetoric, the intensity of it all. We will direct him to his own role in setting the tone in this country. On July 8th, Katrina, he's quoted as saying, I have one job, and that's to defeat Donald Trump. I'm absolutely certain I'm the best person to be able to do that. So we're done talking about the debate. It's time to put Trump in a bullseye. That's not exactly appropriate. That's potentially even illegal to talk that way about a president.
Yeah, there's nothing about unifying there at all. It is quite the opposite. And even when we listen to people describe former President Trump as Hitler, saying he's going to ruin democracy, saying if he gets reelected, he's going to be a dictator, he's going to get rid of the Constitution. That is the kind of rhetoric that is fear-mongering, that is vicious, and that can drive people to do crazy, horrible, horrific acts like exactly what we observed today. But I do want to point out, because again, there are lots of reports going around, I want to tell you what we know for sure. We do know that President Trump was not hit by a bullet. The report that we have here from our newsroom at Newsmax, he was hit by glass fragments that had hit a teleprompter. We also do know, however, that the shooter is dead, and also one of the rally goers is dead. And again, that's what we know. And President Biden there, Greg, said that he was not sure if it was an assassination attempt, but we do know that it is being investigated as a potential one.
All right. It's 2 hours and roughly 15 minutes ago that this happened. And we don't have all facts yet. I hate to minimize it, and we don't want to sound like we are. Glass from a teleprompter, a bullet, we believe, hit the glass. Those bullets were certainly real. Sebastian Gorka is standing by, and by the way, this looks like any old rally in a way. We know him, we love him. This one is Butler, Pennsylvania, which is about an hour north of Pittsburgh on a Saturday evening. President Trump out where he loves to be with the people. Sebastian Gorka, you work for President Trump. You love President Trump. Tell us what you're feeling and anything you care to share.
Well, apologies for my attire. I'm actually on vacation in New Hampshire. But so what am I feeling? My radio producer, one of the most astute people in media, texted me within minutes of what we heard, and he said the word unbelievable. And I said to him, Jeff, not unbelievable, utterly and completely expected. For 8 years, the left, the mainstream legacy media, the Democrats have engendered hate and have normalized violence. They called my former boss a Nazi, a white supremacist, a fascist. And you can play the video, Greg, you can play the video right now of individuals, Maxine Waters, saying when we were in the White House, if you see a member of the Trump cabinet in public, you surround them, you harass them. We have it on the record. Kamala Harris raising funds for convicted BLM arsonists, raising funds for their bail. There is one political party in America that has normalized violence, whether it's Antifa, whether it's BLM, whether it's language from Democrats, such as the most senior senator in the upper house saying what on the steps of the Supreme Court? Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, you will reap the whirlwind. That is a threat to sitting associate justices. So pray for the person who was killed, the innocent bystander. Pray for President Trump and pray for this republic, because we are on the precipice after what we just witnessed.
I certainly hope that the country will take advantage of this moment and really think, especially the left. You are right. We have been unfairly accused, conservatives, of somehow that our rhetoric, but no, we know that they seem to be. Look, this was somewhat inevitable. I hate to say, but we're not. I'm surprised, but not shocked. Thank you very much, Sebastian, for being with us. The big headline after the event itself, though, is that President Trump is reported to be doing well, and that I've heard three versions. He's doing well. I've heard he's fine, and I have heard that he is safe. That's kind of vague, each one. We saw an injury to his face, Katrina. What else? I saw him being kind of helped off that stage. What does that mean?
Exactly.
At first they thought Ronald Reagan just was bumped by the Secret Service agent on the way into the car. They didn't realize the bullet ricocheted and was lodged in his abdomen, and they didn't realize that until they got to the hospital. So this we don't know. We're quite frankly probably not out of the woods yet. We need more information.
I do want to share what Donald Trump Jr., of course, the former president's son, did say, that he had spoken to his father, who does, as we know, remain in the hospital. He said that his father is, quote, in good spirits as he remains under observation, adding that his father is, quote, never gonna stop. And again, that's exactly what that fist bump that he gave multiple times represents. And knowing the former president and how strong he is and what a fighter he is, I can only imagine what he is prepared to do to fight to save this country.
If we have the moment again, I think it's time that we take a look at it. What happened? It was about 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. President Trump, I believe, was making a point about the economy. He had just been engaging directly with Senate candidate Dave McCormick and talking about economic data. And he turned his head, and well, you'll see the whole moment. I think we have it ready. And let's go ahead and play that, please.
That's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Move it there. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready? Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Get ready. Get ready. You ready? Stop. Stop. Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? Good to move. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head. It's bloody. So we got to move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay. What's up? Wait.
Making sure the crowd knows that he is okay as they.
Okay, we're back here, and I understand that Chris Salcedo is standing by with some information and a few things he wants to say. Chris?
Guys, just a little bit of analysis. Been watching your fine coverage. I think it was said earlier in the broadcast, it's a different country we're living in now all of a sudden. And just listening to some of the information, I want to stress for the folks at home, these types of incidents, the information comes in and we try to vet it as much as we possibly can, but there's a lot of fog of war stuff going on here. So we go with the information we have at the time. I want to read something that has been put out by the Federalist. This is Sean Davis. He says, a source familiar with Trump's security detail tells the Federalist that the former and future president's detail has been asking for beefed up protection and resources for weeks, but has been rebuffed time and time again by Joe Biden's Department of Homeland Security. Now, some might dismiss this as a political attack in a very heated political season. However, there is precedent to point to as we look at RFK Jr., who is also a viable candidate for the presidency. He has been denied Secret Service protection, his family enduring 2 assassinations, and the Biden administration seeing fit not to give him Secret Service protection. So that report may have increasing importance over the next few days as we analyze what's happened here. Greg, you said something earlier from the New York Post and I'm going to read from the New York Post, the shooter identified as a Chinese man. Now, we don't exactly know what that means, whether it's somebody of Chinese descent or somebody who was a Chinese national. We don't know where their information is coming from. But it is also fair to point out that our borders have been wide open in this country to terrorists, to foreign nationals streaming into our country, and goodness knows who has gained access to our nation courtesy of policies from the current administration. So this is all part of the tapestry that is coming in as we get new information by the minute, as we just had this entire political campaign, guys, redefined in one incident in Pennsylvania, in Butler County, Pennsylvania. Greg, I know you had talked about the possibility, some reports coming in of possibly 2 shooters. It seems the bulk of the reporting now says that they've narrowed down to 1. We're also getting word that somebody has been shot and killed in the audience, somebody directly behind President Trump. I was reaching out to Sid Miller, the agricultural commissioner here in the state of Texas, who was on the ground. He was 3 rows behind that individual who allegedly lost his life. So we're trying to get some information from what the agriculture commissioner from Texas saw when he was there in Butler, Pennsylvania. Quite an extraordinary unfolding of events today, guys. And of course, we'll be watching.
Totally, Chris. Thank you much.
Yeah.
Katrina, we have a witness,
Yes.
basically a front row witness.
We sure do. Blake Marnell, I believe, is his name, who joins us now, who was there when everything happened. Blake, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Blake, tell us what you witnessed. What did you see? What did you hear?
Well, the president was going over a slide on the big display board, what we call the jumbotron, about increased immigration, and I remember looking over at that. So I wasn't watching the president directly. Then I heard some noises, and the noises seemed to register. I registered as coming them from my left. So I'm dead center in the front row, looking at the president at the podium. The sounds came from my left, where I thought they were, and I thought, is this a joke? Is this a prank? And I turned to my left to see what I could see.
Blake, we're having a tough time hearing you. Go ahead.
Okay, so when I looked back at the president at the podium, his security detail was covering him actively. So at that point, the shooting.
Shucks, Blake, you're on a cell phone. If you maybe you can move 10 feet to the right or some direction where you're breaking up. We do want to hear. If you can hear me, just get over to a new position if you can and pick it up where you left off.
Yeah, I'm still at the venue, and I imagine this is probably part of the reason for the bad. Is it better now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm standing out in the field.
You're going in and out, Blake, but again, if you can hear us, if you can tell us exactly what's happening right now at the venue.
At the venue, people are still leaving. It's just very difficult. The parking lot was completely full, and just now beginning to empty the point where people can get out of here. A lot of disbelief here earlier, but the news has spread that the president is okay, so people are taking a lot of solace in that.
And Bob, I'm sorry, Blake, how far were you when the shot started to ring out? Where did you say you were?
I was in the front row in the center. I was probably within 10 yards of him, or maybe just a little bit over that.
Wow.
So you were in front of him, looking at him, not in the group behind him.
Correct. I was in the front row center.
We're looking at, we believe this is a victim being carried away, and again, conflicting reports about his condition. Hey, Blake, we're going to try this again. You have been breaking up. We lost your story as the Secret Service kind of swarmed President Trump, and he was below the podium. We saw what happened next. They get up, but is there any other? What did you hear? What kind of things did you observe being close that we may have missed?
I was actually listening. I was actually listening. I could hear what the Secret Service was saying back there, and I could tell. I did not hear them call for any medical attention. I heard them instead coordinating like an attempt to move him, basically getting ready on a countdown to move him off the podium. I didn't know what condition he would be in at that point, and was obviously apprehensive. But when I saw him stand up, when I saw him shake his fist in defiance, I was very, very hopeful at that time that he was going to be okay.
That was an amazing moment, and your vantage point. Well, listen, Blake, we appreciate it very much. We may check back with you. Don't go far. I think we have Bob Brooks, who's still at the venue. He was an eyewitness as well.
Sure was. Bob, what's the latest?
Yeah, Katrina, Greg, State Police, Pennsylvania State Police helicopter just landed here at the grounds. What I want to focus on is we're hearing so many different conflicting reports right now of, or there multiple shooters, or somebody on the roof. What he said is what it sounded like to me. So I was standing right in front of the president. I was on the press high risers. We're about 75 yards away from him. he starts to speak, because we all know he's barely into the speech at all. He's really just getting warmed up. And I was sitting, we had a chair. We were out there all day. I was sitting watching, and you heard that first pop. And I'm hearing so many different reports of that it maybe hit his teleprompter glass and he was struck by shrapnel. There was some kind of burst or smoke. Maybe that was glass shattering. I don't know. And then you started hearing pop, 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 pop. I'm not a gun expert. It didn't sound like, and who knows? I mean, they're still investigating right now, but they were quick. They sounded kind of hollow, like not like a big kaboom or anything like that. And that's when we all got down and we ducked. I mean, I was underneath tripods, covering your head. I was looking behind me because I was at the back of the rafters, and there was a little production area behind where we were, and I looked down. And clearly we were under attack to some degree. There was an assassination attempt allegedly going on. And I saw two of the people who were back there. One was a woman. I don't know who the other one was. They were bawling. They were crying. Like it was terrifying. And people in the crowd are getting down. They're screaming. And when I first get up to the left, and again, I've been saying this all evening, say I'm Trump. There's grandstands behind him on the right-hand side of Trump. So if I'm looking to my left, state police, Secret Service agents, they are on top of somebody over there. And then the shooting stops. I look up to find Trump, and I don't see him. And I screamed to the rest of the members of the media. I'm like, where is he? Where is he? And they're like, he's down. He's down below the podium. And I'm thinking, oh, my God. They killed him. Like they got him. Now we know that hasn't happened, but that was.
When I heard I was approved by one Maine, I was very relieved. I was ecstatic. I just felt like a ton of weight was lifted off my shoulders.
Back, I was screaming, yeah, USA! Like it was crazy. It was a moment that'll live on in history. Those images will live on in history books for the rest of our lives. It's part of our history now. An assassination attempt on President Trump, and then they whisked him away. I started getting texts from people. There was blood on his face. To everyone's point tonight, he kind of limped away. He was limping down, so I didn't know if he was hit somewhere on his body or whatnot. Your guess was as good as mine at that point. But then off to the right grandstand, they continued to be on top of somebody over there. And then immediately after, once it was, I guess the threat was neutralized, though nobody really knew at that point. They immediately came in with crime scene tape. They roped off that area. I have a picture of it on my phone. I can show us here once we get a better signal. I can send it out. And then the Secret Service came in and they said, y'all got to go. Y'all got to go. But it was so crazy, guys. It happened so quick. And I don't know if this is part of the tactics, if there is a shooting at a rally. Like I said, one of the monitors, there's two big ones on each side, so you can see them. The crowd was huge. I don't know if a bullet hit piping or something on the right-hand side, because water started squirting out like it was like a high, just pumping out. I don't know if that's to neutralize the threat, to confuse people. I don't know, but that's what was going on. And then finally he went out, and then, luckily pandemonium didn't ensue. There was a lot of police, a lot of Secret Service. Obviously, people were devastated. People were crying. There was people crying, being consoled. It was, I'm like, you're like in a daze. What just happened? We were trying to get live on TV as quick as possible, and we did eventually. But that's kind of how it went down. So, who knows? The investigation will show in time. But the right-hand side, to his point that we had, that's to me where it sounded like it came from. And that's exactly where police and Secret Service agents tackled somebody and immediately roped off with crime scene tape.
Thank you, Bob. We're looking in the upper left corner there. If we maybe take those pictures full or fuller, some of them are extraordinary. There is a close-up of Donald Trump on the ground, kind of surrounded. Yeah. It seems to be taken from the ground. You can see, gosh, his wounded ear.
The ear there.
This is the picture.
I believe that's from the AP.
This is, in the line of fire, under fire. In the heat of combat, in a way. I am so impressed by the Secret Service and, of course, by President Trump, the sign of victory and defiance, and the crowd, the attendees. There wasn't mass panic. There wasn't pandemonium. And there were some heroes in the mix. A physician who was providing CPR to an individual who was shot. There was somebody else there. We don't know anything about him. And I think we might have this doctor speaking. We do. If you don't mind, let's go ahead and roll that tape.
Honor, that's exactly where I heard him come from.
What did you see, sir?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, "He's been shot, he's been shot." So I made my way over. I said, "I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you." The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter there.
Oh, no.
And so I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him. I got people there really helpful. I got
Was
him
there only
up
one
on the
person
bench.
shot that you saw?
Then I did CPR, did chest compressions, as well as I breathed for him.
One person.
I was the only one who did it.
We need to evacuate everybody.
Honor,
We have a Truth Social from that. He was terrific what he did. We saw him in action. This is from President Trump on Truth Social, Katrina. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong, and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. Wow, from President Trump just about 3 minutes ago on Truth Social. So I get, this is really the first confirmation I have. I know the doctor that another individual was killed,
yes,
and somebody else seriously wounded. And we do know that the attempted assassin is dead.
Yes, exactly. And I want to give a little bit more on the latest. Again, we heard Bob Brooks there saying where he saw law enforcement tackle potentially who would have been the shooter. Heard from a witness earlier who saw someone with a rifle on top of a building. Now, again, this is all unconfirmed, but here's what we're hearing at this time. There are two reports saying that the shooter was outside the perimeter, and multiple reports are that a counter sniper is who hit the gunman. Potentially that could have been who was on the roof. Again, there's video and witness clips, and again, officials now saying that the shooter was far away and on a rooftop. So still conflicting reports. And again, that's how it goes in a breaking news situation, but we will keep you posted on everything that we're learning. Again, it is unconfirmed, but it is confirmed based on what Greg just shared from the former president himself, that Donald Trump is okay, and it was his ear that was hit.
It's so interesting that we have this information from the victim, from the victim himself, putting out more information, quite frankly, than we have from Service, from the state police, or just about anybody. And we're very appreciative for that, because there are a lot of things. And I think what he said, it's important to remember, and this is from the president himself, nothing is known at this time about the shooter. Somebody mentioned the possible national origin of the shooter. That is a report. We really don't have anything else. If President Trump doesn't know, I don't think we're going to know for a little while.
And I think what's very interesting also to note in that Truth Social post, President Trump says that he was hit by the bullet. Now, again, there were other reports saying he was hit by some broken glass. So once again, all unconfirmed, but the president himself saying that he was actually hit by the bullet. And Greg, as Congressman Muser mentioned earlier, if that is the case and it had been any closer or gone in a different direction, we could be having a very different conversation.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't hear any glass shatter or anything like that. I was a little bit skeptical. Almost the report of the teleprompter, it was an attempt to somehow minimize.
I think so too.
Which
that's a very good point.
But at the same time, if it did happen, look, they're going to go through this hopefully meticulously. And what will we do going forward? Because the rhetoric is to a point from the left that Donald Trump poses this threat to democracy. And I mean, there are individuals, I guess J.D. Vance.
That's exactly where I was going.
He spoke about this on Twitter just a few seconds ago.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm trying to find it. But he once again said that this is a lot of this rhetoric. Today, he said today is not just some isolated incident. Again, this is J.D. Vance, potential running mate for the former president. The central premise of the Biden campaign is that President Donald Trump is an authoritarian fascist who must be stopped at all costs. You've all heard the rhetoric. He says the rhetoric led directly to President Trump's attempted assassination. And again, that hateful speech that we have been hearing. You read that July 8th comment from President Biden, who literally said it's time to put a bullseye on Trump.
I think there's, quite frankly, if you want to know more about the difference, because they accuse the right of having pretty intense rhetoric. Donald Trump is furious about the policies of the left, whereas the left, they seem to be infuriated by Donald Trump.
Good point.
His being is a threat somehow in their estimation to our country, which is obviously crazy and overblown and dangerous and potentially had an impact, a major factor in what happened today.
Yeah, but absolutely true. And it's interesting, again, because the RNC, of course, scheduled to start on Monday. We spoke to John Huddy, who gave that there's a lot of question marks now just with the importance of needing to add security and whether or not or when that will continue. So again, a lot of answered questions at this point, but we do know that the Biden campaign said they are pausing outgoing campaign messaging at that point. It seems like the right decision, Greg.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, absolutely. And at this point, you know what? I think it's time to look at it again. Every time we watch it, we kind of see something new. So President Trump was mid-speech. This happened at about 6:14 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And you hear the... Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Take a look at what happened.
Stand by for a second. All right, well, that was just terrible. We're joined in watching this, I believe, by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., presidential candidate. My goodness, a privilege to talk to you, of all people, on a day like today, a presidential candidate, and of course, what your family has endured. Sir, welcome. Your thoughts, please.
Well, my thoughts are that it's time for us all every American, to take a step back, take a breath, to understand that this moment that we're all complicit in it, that all of us who fed into the vitriol, the hatred, the anger, that this is the ultimate culmination of that, and we need to all step back and start seeing each other once again as Americans, as part of a community, understand that America is better than this, and we now have to be the exemplary nation again, and that we need to come together in a spirit of love, of forgiveness, of reconciliation. And let's start healing our country again and use this terrible, terrible event to start unifying again. And of course, to pray at this moment for President Trump and for his family, who are all going through an ordeal with which I'm very familiar.
Mr. Kennedy, when you witnessed that moment, I can only imagine what you felt personally, again, as Greg referenced, based on the history with your family. Also, you have been asking for your own Secret Service protection, which you have been denied. Just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make this moment about me, but I was with my dad when he died. Of course, I was very, very, I lived through my uncle's assassination in 1963 when I was 10 years old, and then I was 14 when my dad was killed. And I was with him in Los Angeles, and so I understand what the family is going through. I also understand the greater trauma to our country, that this affects everybody in our country. And we have to understand again that it's linked in one way or another to the vitriol, to the anger, to the disunity that many of us have contributed to. And when my uncle died, it was at a time of great division as well. When my uncle landed in Dallas in November 22nd, 1963, there were posters all around Dallas that said "wanted dead or alive," and the Dallas newspapers were printing very, very poisonous articles about him, and his death in some ways was linked to that wave of hatred. And the same was true with my dad. My dad was running in 1968, which was the most polarized, divisive time in American history since the American Civil War. There was terrible anger on both sides, on all sides. And part of the eruption of that anger was not only the riots we were seeing in the cities that year, but we also saw Martin Luther King's assassination that year. And then 2 months later, my father's assassination. And all of it is connected. And it's connected to each of us. And each of us needs to take responsibility for our own behavior. And, hopefully we can make something good of this. We can take that moment between our impulse and our action to, when we're angry at somebody, when we want to amplify a post of clever piece of hatred, that we just say, we're not going to do that right now. We're going to try to nurture love. We're going to try to nurture forgiveness. We're going to try to nurture a sense of community and a sense of harmony among Americans. We can have a debate, just like you have a debate among our family members without hating them. We actually need to stop saying that the other guy is going to be the Republic. Because, there are a lot of crazy people in this country. And when you do that, when you use that extreme kind of language, you're giving permission to those kind of people to engage in this kind of action. So, that would be my message to people.
Sure. Mr. Kennedy, here's an idea at the appropriate time, a joint appearance where they're not debating, perhaps President Biden, President Trump, and maybe yourself, a joint appearance where, you air your differences, but just maybe all three of you call for what you just summarized. That might go a long way. I have a question for you, though. You were looking for Secret Service protection a few months ago. I believe the Biden administration would not grant you Secret Service protection. Has there been a change in? And given the events of today, sir, your situation is an urgent one.
Again, I don't want to make this about me. I think we need to focus on larger issues. There's a lot more important issues than that debate within the administration. I think we should all take an example of how the Secret Service behaved here. We all saw them, the men and women who ran toward the bullet fire, who circled the president, who put their own lives at risk, who were willing to take a bullet, not just for the president of the United States, the former president, but also for our constitutional system of government, for our Constitution, for our country. And I think all of us should take inspiration from that example and understand that we have to take risks. We have to make sacrifices, and those sacrifices may not be putting yourself in the path of a bullet, but instead, biting your tongue when you want to say something ugly to somebody or something hateful. And taking a couple of breaths and maybe saying something kind instead and something healing instead. And I think that, I think really that's the message at this moment that we all need to start talking about. Let's make this a thank God that President Trump seems to be okay. And now let's go forward with this election without, with kindness toward each other and understanding that we're being examples to the rest of the world. And we need to be examples of how a democracy can function without devolving into violence and hatred and bitterness that seems to be enveloping the world right now.
Yeah, Mr. Kennedy, to your point, if there is any way that something good can come out of this, maybe somehow to curb the vitriol that we have all been witnessing and all been hearing, and maybe some people who have also been participating in it, maybe, as you said, they will take a moment and not do that coming forward. But I do, just while we have you, we do have an official press statement from the Secret Service. So I just want to share that, if you don't mind waiting, just while I read through that. During former President Trump's campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on the evening of July 13th at approximately 6:15 p.m. A suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated outside of the rally venue. U.S. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. U.S. Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and the former president is safe and being evaluated. One spectator was killed. 2 spectators were critically injured. The incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So that is some actual concrete information to a lot of those unconfirmed reports. Mr. Kennedy, what would you suggest besides trying to be kinder, as you said, moving forward during this campaign season? We know that President Biden has temporarily paused his outgoing campaign statements. What would you suggest?
Well, first of all, I'd like to, in light of what you just said, send my own condolences to the family of the bystander who was killed, and my prayers to the people who were injured. And in answer to your question, I think President Biden and President Trump have a chance right now to change the tone of this campaign dramatically, and to stop accusing the other side of being a threat to the republic, and stop empowering people who are filled with hatred, and particularly marginalized people who are capable of taking these kind of actions. And I think we all have an opportunity now to do what God wants us to do, which is to bring order out of chaos, to turn evil into good, and to use this terrible, terrible incident, this tragic incident where people died, to make something better for our country.
Well, we are privileged to talk to somebody like you. What a unique perspective you have, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And we wish you safety on the campaign trail.
Yes, indeed.
I know you said you don't want to go into those issues right now, but you deserve Secret Service protection now more than ever. So good to be with you, sir, and our best wishes.
Thank you very much.
You bet. I think Robert Wilkie is standing by,
Exactly.
a member of Donald Trump's cabinet, head of Veterans Affairs, and a future who knows what in a second Trump administration. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, Greg, Katrina, I wish it was better circumstances, but thank you for having me.
So, Mr. Wilkie, you heard our conversation. We've just kind of floated the idea of a joint appearance maybe 10 days from now, Joe Biden and Donald Trump together, where they call for peace and nonviolence. And I will say this, I do believe the left must stop calling Donald Trump a threat to democracy. The idea that if he wins this election, somehow it is that he himself as a person is a threat to everything we hold dear. It is a lie, but a lot of people are susceptible to lies. Your thoughts this evening, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just heard that my former cabinet colleague, Bill Barr, said exactly what you said. He said that it is past time for the American left to stop calling Donald Trump a fascist dictator, a threat to the very existence of the world. And it is long past time for that. And that's what kind of rhetoric ignites these people. You just heard Robert Kennedy. His father was killed by someone who was inflamed by anti-Israeli rhetoric in the 1960s, similar to the rhetoric that we're hearing today across college campuses, and even from the Vice President of the United States in her most recent interview to the far left Nation magazine. So this is the kind of stuff that sparked that. I do want to say one other thing. I was privileged to work for a very tough man. And, even at VA, where we were dealing with 9 million veterans, the first thing the President of the United States told me, he said, I want you, in my name, to get rid of everyone who is putting veterans in harm's way. That was never done before, and 8,000 people were let go. People who did put veterans in harm's way, and that is the kind of man that Mr. Trump is. You saw it with that fist pump today after his brush with death.
Very, very well said, Secretary Wilkie. Also, just want to get your thoughts on what you think should be done in order to protect, perhaps better protect the president, President Trump, as we move forward, potentially to the RNC. Again, unconfirmed exactly what's going to happen next. We do know security has been increased around all of his properties and also for the rest of his family. What should be done now?
Yes. Well, I think what you will see with my experience with Secret Service and the Marshal Service is that they will probably push the safety perimeters back even farther than they are now. From what I know, from what you have reported, is this was outside of the perimeter, but given the nature of long-range scoped rifles, that certainly wasn't adequate enough. But I do think that you will see a greater protection for President Trump, particularly in this overheated climate.
Yeah, the whole thing about the bulletproof screen, these crowds are, conservatively speaking, 20 times larger than anything.
I'm cutting away for, oops, I need to mute the feed. This is a photo of, which is somebody on Twitter has identified as the assassin. You see him with an automatic rifle of some kind. I'm no expert, but it looks nasty. Trump shooter identified as Samuel Hyde, a radical Antifa agent. So, just wanted to show you that. And let's go back and listen to some more.
Hopefully never speak without one of those things again. The Secret Service did a great job here, but you got to learn from these things. And if you don't mind, Mr. Wilkie, I would like to see, because we've learned more and now we know that it was a bullet that hit President Trump's ear. I'd like to see the entire event, if you don't mind, and if we could re-rack it. This is mid-speech. It happened just under 3 hours ago. This in
We're clear. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head, buddy. So we got to move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay. Watch out. Wait.
Shoes, and of course the cheers.
Yes.
President Trump has provided us, however, with an extraordinary amount of information.
He sure has. Here is what he posted on Truth Social just a few moments ago. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. And again, the former president showing his courage, not just there in the moment, but also with this statement. And of course, the first thing he really does out of that was send out his condolences to the families of those, of the one person who was killed and those who were injured. And again, that comes directly from the president. He did say that it was a bullet that struck him.
All right, I think we have another eyewitness on the ground, and Bob Brooks is standing by with that witness. Bob, can you hear us? Yep, there he is. Good.
Where were you?
Hey, Bob.
I was about 100 yards back standing. I wasn't in the seating area. And you know, he's talking, and probably maybe, 5-10 minutes into it, I just heard a few shots coming from my left side, which would have been, I guess, Trump's right or thereabouts. And, you know, when those first couple of shots rang out, it looked like a hydraulic line or something on my right side got hit, because there was all stuff spraying out, which sort of made things more confusing. And then, like, immediately there was return fire from, I assume, the Secret Service. There was a lot of automatic fire. And at this time, you know, everybody's hitting the ground. And then the firing stopped. Everybody stood up, and I didn't see it, but people said, you know, when Trump got up, he had blood on either side of his face, but raised his fist like he's okay, and was rushed off. So,
what's America look like now?
It's ridiculous. I mean, it's been on the downturn. I'm not going to get, you know, blame, but I guess it is politics. I mean, you look at what they've done, defunding the police, emboldening the criminals, smashing grabs everywhere, and then.
Okay, I've got a shot of the bullet hole in Trump's suit here. You can see right here is circled, and right there is the bullet hole in the center. So, thank heavens for body armor. Oh, well, yeah, you get hit by something with body armor like that, and it knocks the wind out of you. yeah, because you're still getting a huge force to the chest there. So yeah, um, he would probably have been a bit in shock at what happened. Am I okay? And so forth. So yeah, it's wow, that's extraordinary. Um, so I retweeted that. Okay, let's go back and listen to some more coverage here.
To film suspects, yes.
You saw him get shot in real time, or you just heard it?
Yes. No. I heard it, and
You were right there.
I viewed it. Secret Service immediately took him down. Immediately got him behind the podium. So I don't know that I saw him fall down from a shot. I just know that I watched him go down. I saw him come back up with a mouthful of blood. And I just remember everyone screaming at me to get down. And my main thing was just to get eyes, on possible shooters. I know they had taken a person out of the stadium that was.
Sorry about that. My computer crashed. Um, I'm still going to stream while I look for more stuff on Twitter. Let me get the. Sorry, I have a second tab open where I was chatting. StreamYard was acting up. So let's see.
Yes. Yeah. She's okay. She blacked out because of the heat and just being shoved down. And thank God we're okay. Thank God. Thank God.
Can you believe this happened to President Trump?
No, we cannot.
I just can't believe it. I honestly can't believe it. I just heard this and I thought, that sounded like a gunshot. Yeah. And then When your brain registered, and then we heard another one, and we just hit the bleachers as go, and he covered up each other the best we could because we didn't know if he was going to keep shooting.
We didn't know. There might have been more than one.
I mean, I was watching. Like,
there might have been more than one. That was the most scary thing in my lifetime. The most scary thing in my lifetime, I think, was today.
As well. Yeah. This might be it.
This is horrible. I had
do you
no
want to say anything to
President
President Trump?
Yes. We pray so hard, Mr. Trump, that you're okay and you're going to be okay and you're going to be the next president of this country because we need you.
Amen.
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 Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, great job on the ground there with Bob Brooks.
And the emotion. I mean,
Yes.
seeing something like this, you can go a lifetime. Most people go a lifetime seeing anything like this. We have a report that Donald Trump left the hospital not too long ago. His whole motorcade left. And I think Carrie Lake is on the line with us, senatorial candidate, Republican in Arizona. So good to see you tonight, but my gosh, we're kind of traumatized here. How do you feel, and what are your thoughts tonight?
I feel a huge sense of relief knowing that President Trump is okay. When I first heard the news, I'm sure, just like when everybody else heard the news, and I just heard President Trump has been shot. And I have to tell you, my heart dropped 1,000 miles down. And until I could get information, and it took me some time to find out what happened and is he okay, I broke down in tears. You know, we've seen this happen in our history before. And I did just come from a campaign event where there's so much love and unity. I really believe, guys, this country is more unified than the fake news media lets on. They want us divided, and President Trump is trying so desperately to bring us together. I'm so happy he's going to be okay. I heard from Don Jr. that the president's in good spirits. We heard from the president himself in his Truth Social post talking about when he first heard something, he heard the whizzing of a bullet by his ear and then felt the pain of the bullet cutting through his skin. And I'm praying, really praying for the people who were there, those who were killed and injured. And I'm also keeping President Trump's family close in my heart, because, you know, you think about if Barron were home watching or First Lady Melania were home watching, what they must have been thinking, how scared that must have been, or his grandkids. So we got to make a change in this country. And my suggestion is to the American people, turn off the fake news. They want us divided. You know, these people, these talking heads on some of these outlets actually calling for violence against President Trump in the last couple of weeks, calling him the worst names, attacking him with fake stories and vitriol for 8 years. Enough is enough, and the people are tired of it. And it's going to lead to violence. And we need to come together and solve these problems. And thankfully, that man you just had on was brilliant. We've got Agenda 47. The legacy of President Trump is showing us how we can fix the problems in this country.
And Carrie, just moments ago, we were looking at the video of President Trump's motorcade leaving the Allegheny Hospital just near Butler, Pennsylvania, in Western Pennsylvania. But I want to mention that you felt personally when you first heard what happened. And I want to share with you, my mom called me, right, and I hadn't heard it yet. And she was just sobbing, and I was terrified of what had happened to my family. And she just said, he was shot. And then I realized what she meant. And I mean, just that moment where you never forget where you were when you heard what had happened. And again, it wasn't just fear for the former president, hoping he was okay, but also just a larger pit in my stomach about what is happening to our country. And you use the word vitriol, and I think it's important for us to focus on how dangerous language can truly be.
Well, I'm all about free speech. As you know, I'm a journalist at heart. But the fake news media has been lying, just absolutely lying about President Trump and calling him all kinds of names that aren't true. I've gotten to know him very well over the past several years. I actually had the honor of interviewing him when I was a journalist. He is an incredible man, obviously an incredible fighter. You know, you saw the crowd out tonight. Every night, if he did a rally every night across this great country, he would draw a massive crowd of the people who are just working so hard and want to make sure that they have a country to have their kids grow up in. I looked behind him when I was looking at the video. Of course, it's been playing over and over again. And I thought to myself, looking into the eyes of the people standing behind him, I bet any single one of those people would have jumped in front of that bullet tonight, including myself. That's how important this man is. And I was at a campaign stop today, and as I was leaving, I was talking to some of the Arizonans who had joined me, and many of them said, we're praying for you, and we pray for President Trump every day. I believe with 100% certainty is prayers that have been protecting this incredible man, Donald J. Trump, and prayers that saved him tonight. I love that when he got off the stage, surrounded by Secret Service, he pumped his fist, and you could tell he said, fight, fight, fight. And you hear the chants of that crowd saying, USA, USA, USA. And we will fight, President Trump, if you're watching tonight. We will fight for the USA. And we thank you for your leadership.
Amazing that the Grace Under Fire, whatever you want to call it, it was really inspiring and an iconic image. Hey, you know, we have so much information from President Trump, from that he put out. I just want to reiterate for everybody, this is from President Trump within 90 minutes of the incident. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed. Also, to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet rip through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. Wow, that is a lot of information, more than we've received really from just about any other agency. Hey, Kari, an idea, and tell me if this is silly, but, you know, the other day, President Trump, you know, all that question about a cognitive test, and President Trump challenged Joe, hey, we'll do it. We'll go together. We'll do it as a team. And there was that little thing, I kind of, doing it as a team. I have an idea, and if this is crazy, I'll shut up about it, but at some point, a joint appearance by President Biden and President Trump, where they call for nonviolence and peace, just seeing them together in an environment that's not a debate. And I also have to stipulate, though, I do believe the left has got to stop calling him a fascist and a threat to democracy. You were talking about that. Is that the silliest idea? There's some merit to what I'm talking about.
I'm just saddened that it's gotten to the point where people who love their country and want to make our country great again are so demonized. I think it's got to come from the news media. And I'm not talking about Newsmax, obviously. The news media who demonizes people who love our country and want to have a safe place and want to have safe borders. And that's where it's got to change. That's where it's got to change.
Well, they're not changing. I don't think they're, you know, look, they do what they do. I've noticed their coverage tonight seems to be a little bit off and weird, and headlines from CNN saying it was interrupted by the Secret Service. They will try to minimize this. I don't see them changing. They haven't changed.
Yeah, they will be revealed.
Well,
We're watching right now the decimation and the implosion of the fake news media. But you know what? I'm just happy tonight that President Trump's okay. I mean, when you stop and realize we came within possibly a millimeter or two of possibly losing President Trump, and I'm shaken by that. I'm greatly shaken by that, and I think America is too. We got.
Okay, sorry, the computer crashed again. I was looking at photos. Oops. I was looking for photos at Twitter. There's some more photos here, so let me just get things back here. Oops. My second tab where I chat is being noisy. So let me pull up Twitter.
Sure, President Trump is protected.
It's not just the fake news media, though. You have people like Liz declaring President Trump a clear and present danger to American democracy. That is going to gin people up. And I do think that the rhetoric has been extremely dangerous from the left. And there may be an opportunity for these men to come together. We'll see. But look, we're so relieved that President Trump is okay. And what a sign of heroism, a display of heroism. We have an eyewitness on the ground.
Yes,
is that
we do.
true?
I believe so. Gino DeFabio. Carrie Lake, thank you so much. Gino DeFabio, I believe, joins us now. Gino, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Gino,
I'm here.
Carrie Lake was just, thank you. We hear you. I hope you hear us. We were just speaking with Carrie Lake, and she was just talking about the fact that all of these rallies, President Trump's rallies, are just so positive and so peaceful, and people get there and really feel unified as Americans. And the fact that something like this could happen and did happen today is just nearly impossible to believe. But again, you were there and you saw it all happen. Tell us about what you observed, where you were, what you heard, what you saw.
Well, this isn't my first rally. I actually joined the president before on the stage at a rally in Youngstown, Ohio. And it was the typical Trump crowd. It was the typical Trump rally. You know, anyone who's never been, when you walk in, you make new friends. Some of them are for life. Everybody's in a good mood. Everybody's there to see the president and to hear his message. Well, this was no different. It was about 90 degrees. There was literally thousands and thousands of people behind us. And I went with my cousin. We were about maybe 100 yards from the stage. And everybody's waiting for President Trump to come out. He came out with his normal music playing. It was great. The crowd's cheering. You know, I got to tell you, there was more young people I saw there than I've seen at any other Trump rally. The young people are coming out. You know what I mean? They seen what the last 4 years have brought them, and they weren't happy with it.
Hey, in the meantime, Gino, we're looking at a video. I believe that Secret Service on the top of that building over there. It looks like a sniper. Perhaps this is I don't know. And actually, this is just prior to the shot being fired. You can see President Trump still speaking. That man up there is in a shooting position, not directed at President Trump. So I would imagine that is Secret Service. I wonder what the hell he's looking at or aiming at. He seems to be in the direction of where the gunfire is coming from. Here's another image. We believe this is in the immediate aftermath of the shooter being killed, neutralized. You see, that's the body. We know that from President Trump and from the Secret Service that the shooter was killed. And here is they're taking a look at him, and that is that on the left is where the shooter was. No, I'm sorry. On the right is where the shooter was.
He would have been to the right of the president.
On the left,
that's where I heard the shots coming from.
To the right of the president, correct. And then just beyond him, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, the two guys, there was two guys I saw on a building just to the right of to the right of my right, so it had been in president's left, however. But they set up early before the president came out, and they had their guns on tripods from the get-go. And when the shots started going off, of course, everybody started screaming, "Get down, get down, get down." Everybody got down. And I was looking around. I thought this was going to be I thought it was some kind of mass shooting. There's no question. It was a high-powered rifle. It wasn't fireworks or anything else. I mean, I walked.
We hear it was an AR. It might have been an AR. Hey, Gino, do me a favor. Stand by. We have Congressman Byron Donalds on the phone with us. Congressman Donalds, can you hear? Hey, good to see you, pal. Sir, sorry.
How you doing?
Poor pal.
Good. What are you thinking, and what have you heard?
Well, first of all, really just grateful that President Trump is okay. It's really sad to know that there was somebody who attended the rally that lost their life. Look, let's just cut straight to it. This is where, this rhetoric that has come from the political left is incredibly dangerous. All this talk about threats to democracy and all of this, what I'll call political foolishness, this has led to this shooting. And so what we got to do is a lot of this rhetoric, that stuff's got to tone down. We got to stand united as one country. And I think President Trump even demonstrated that, when he was being escorted out by Secret Service, his fist raised high in the air. That wasn't about just defiance. That was about making sure that our country is united going forward. This kind of violence should never be tolerated.
And Congressman, we also did receive word confirmation that the Biden campaign is suspending political communications and they are reaching out to local markets to pull down campaign ads. Is that enough?
I think that's a good start. That's the good start. But, when we start getting into these campaigns and talking about the issues facing our country, when you start devolving all of your conversations as opposed to saying that somebody's a threat to our very way of life, that's the kind of stuff that is very, very dangerous. We can disagree on politics. Obviously, we do with the Democrats and with the left. You can disagree on how you want to go through these issues. But when you start trying to label your political opponent as a very threat to the fabric of America, that is dangerous rhetoric. And so, like I said, we are focused on a unifying message, bringing all of the American people together to make our country great again, even though we might have some very stark differences with the Democrat Party.
Congressman, after how do you do that? They're going to blame. We know the truth, quite frankly, because the rhetoric that had the threat to democracy. Donald Trump is opposed to the policies of Joe Biden, right? They're opposed to Donald Trump as a person, that he himself represents this horrible threat. And I think that's dangerous. Again, we're looking at a picture of the immediate aftermath. Law enforcement, I guess, kind of arriving at the sniper's nest and the dead sniper, who we still know basically nothing about. Wow, it's amazing. We have so much imagery from what happened and still coming in. Congressman Donalds, practically speaking, what can be done? How will that happen if it does happen?
Well, I think it starts with all elected officials. Like I said, the first thing is we got to be focused on the issues facing this country and not trying to paint, your rival as if they're the enemy to freedom. That's not what we got to be doing. Number two, it's about the American people. They need to get out and vote and make sure their voices are heard. It's very important that Americans really understand their politics and not just listen to rhetoric, because that helps to really clear out a lot of the noise that we get today in media and in messaging. And at the end of the day, I think that where President Trump has been this entire campaign, being focused on the American people, being focused on making our country great again, those are the talking points, and that is the political rhetoric that we need.
Congressman, we had Carrie Lake joined us, and she was very frustrated about, again, we've been talking about this, about the vitriol specifically constantly shared by liberal media, calling the former president a fascist and saying he's going to get rid of the Constitution if reelected. We also had Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here with us, who said he hopes something positive can come out of this, where Americans in general might be able to pause before they say something, or in this case, do something hateful. Do you think that is a possibility based on this political climate?
I think it is a possibility, because when something like this occurs, it makes everybody pause. Look, you got to look at the actual framework. When Democrats try to talk about how Donald Trump tried to use the word fascist against them, he was already president of the United States. All you have to do is look at his record as president, and you know that's not the case. And so, look, everybody wants to win political races, but we also have to think about the actual climate that you lay out when you make your points, you try to have your speeches, or whatever the case might be. Carrie Lake is right in this, that we have to be realistic and serious about the words that we use. You just can't paint your enemies as the greatest evil in the world. And unfortunately, you have a shooter or maybe two, not sure what's happened on the ground. They'll let the FBI and Secret Service figure that out through their investigation. But obviously you had somebody who would go to such violent, destructive lengths, most likely because of what they have heard in media. Because I would tell you, if they actually knew the man, Donald J. Trump, that is not the action that would have taken place in Pennsylvania today.
Thank you very much, Congressman Donalds. And if you don't mind, I want to, before we go to John Glasgow, who's standing by, we have the actual entire sequence of what happened. It's about 3.5 hours ago. Donald Trump is mid-speech. It's 4:15 in the afternoon East Coast time, about 45 minutes north of Pittsburgh. And somebody attempts to kill the president, the former president.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Move it there. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready? Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stair. Stair, get ready. Stair, get ready. You ready? Are we good? Shooter's down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the class. Let me get my shoes. Okay, watch out. Wait.
It is with tremendous relief that we know he has been released from the hospital, and I believe he's on his way. We're not sure actually where he's going, whether it be Mar-a-Lago or Bedminster or some other location. I believe we have John Glasgow standing by. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
I think yes, we actually have Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma standing by. I believe John will be on hold for a moment. Senator, thank you for joining us. Wish it were under different circumstances. Again, out of the gate, the moment you saw or heard what had happened, what went through your mind?
Well, I'm actually at a Fargo wrestling tournament up here in North Dakota with my daughter. And the news immediately went all over the stadium. It was quite shocking to most people. You could hear that people were very upset. For us, it honestly made my heart sink, because first of all, you saw the country get to this point where these people that hate Trump so much, and we immediately put out on our Twitter feed that here they tried to impeach him twice. They've weaponized the DOJ system against him. They've went after him and a conviction, and now they've tried to assassinate the guy. He just is still standing. And what's frustrating about the whole thing for us is the guy's just trying to serve the country. I mean, he's truly, and I mean this sincerely, legendary. I mean, here he is. He's given up so much of his fortune. He gets shot at, and what he does, the first thing he does is he stands up and shakes his fist and says, "Fight, fight, fight." But what a man.
That was amazing. That was incredible. But he's back on his feet. He's fine. And he'll be at the Republican National Convention, we believe, in just a little while. Sir, you're a firearms expert. Just any initial thoughts? Everyone's praising the Secret Service right now, but a presidential candidate does not get the same level of protection that a sitting president gets. You notice that he was not behind the glass. That was present on January 6th. Maybe it should be present again. I feel like there has got to be a lot of changes going forward, or maybe not.
First of all, the Secret Service did an amazing job running up and protecting the way they did. There was a failure on the outer perimeter. And so typically when you set up security like this, you'll set up 3 perimeters. You'll set an exterior perimeter on the outside and an interior one. And then you'll have the one that the Secret Service provides right there in the middle, which is protecting the dignitary himself. What happened in this case is there was obviously a building that had a line of fire directly to the podium and no one was covering it. That's a true failure, and I don't know who that failure point is on, and it may just be the sources that they had. The Secret Service is going to be quite limited. There's quite a different detail on the former president versus the current president. There's a big difference between what type of security they get. But anytime there is a direct line of fire from an advantage point, that should be covered. And I'm sure there will be an investigation on this, but I'm not taking away from the law enforcement what they did. They were there that day to put their life on the line for the president and for the crowds that was there. They did the best they could, but there was a breakdown. And that's when they go back in and they start doing a debrief on this, they'll start studying, and guess what? Mistakes happen. They'll learn from their mistakes. Except something like this, it shouldn't have happened. They are professionals. They do their job every day. It's unfortunate, as it's been reported, that there was a innocent bystander that did lose their life, and it looks like another one's in critical condition. And I'm sure there's going to be other injuries that come out. There was a lot of shots fired there in a very short time.
Senator, we thank you very much for your observations and your words of warning. Goodness. Thank you, sir. We got to go to John Glasgow now.
That's right. Yep, he has reaction. He's here in our New York studio. John.
Yeah, hi. Good evening to you both. I'm hearing some feedback in my ear here. I want to get to some of the reaction here from both sides of the aisle, both sides of the political spectrum here. Lots of reaction coming in here on social media. So let's get to that. Let's bring up our first full screen here of some of the people that have spoken out. Here is Matt Schlapp here with the RNC saying that CPAC is calling on an immediate public investigation of President Trump's security. If RFK can be denied protection, then Trump is likely being denied all he needs. There is no way a nearby roof was left uncovered. Looks like a professional hit. The White House needs to address this right now. Let's go to the next one here. Some more reaction coming in. This year from Governor Doug Burgum. We all know President Trump is stronger than his enemies. Today, he showed it. Let's go to the next one here coming through. This here, Eric Trump, son of the former president. He says that this is the fighter America needs, and he posted a picture there after the former president was a bullet grazed his ear, or went through his ear, rather. Let's go to the next one here. This is more reaction coming in. This year from Nancy Pelosi, former Speaker of the House. As one of those whose family has been the victim of political violence, I know firsthand that political violence of any kind has no place in our society. I thank God that the former president is safe. We learn more details about this. As we learn more details about this horrifying incident, let us pray that all those in attendance at the former president's rally today are unharmed. Let's go to the next one here coming through. This here from Secretary Pete Buttigieg in this horrible moment, encouraged to hear President Trump's team indicate that the former president is doing well. An entire nation must speak with one voice today to be completely and unequivocally reject all political violence. There's been all kinds of reaction coming in. Let's see who this is. We have, that one is in a different language I can't speak. Let's go to the next one, please. This one here from Chris Murphy. There is no room in America for political violence. We should all condemn what happened today, and I'm hoping for the health of the former president and everyone else at the rally. Let's go to the next slide there, please. More reaction coming in. This one here from former President Bill Clinton. Violence has no place in America, especially in our political process. Hillary and I are thankful that President Trump is safe, heartbroken for all those affected by the attack at today's rally in Pennsylvania, and grateful for the swift action of the U.S. Secret Service. This one here from Elon Musk. Rather, that is not Elon Musk. That's Donald Trump Jr. He'll never stop fighting to save America. That was a picture there of Elon Musk there with Donald Trump Jr.'s X handle. More coming in here. This one here is from Elon Musk. It says, I fully endorse President Trump and hope for his rapid recovery. So the billionaire tech owner there, obviously, after this incident here today, that he is in full support of former President Trump. Here we have more. He says, the last time America had a candidate this tough was Theodore Roosevelt. So this has been all kinds of more reaction. Let's go to the next one here. This one here from J.D. Vance. Clearly, we know that he's in the short list here for as a possibility here for former President Trump as a vice presidential candidate. Today is not just some isolated incident. He says the central premise of the Biden campaign is that the president, Donald Trump, is an authoritarian fascist who must be stopped at all cost. That rhetoric led directly to President Trump's attempted assassination. So very strong comments there from J.D. Vance. Hakeem Jeffries says this, my thoughts and prayers are with former President Trump. I am thankful for the decisive law enforcement response. America is a democracy. Political violence of any kind is never acceptable. Let's go to the next one here. Like I say, these have just been coming in from all over. This is Elon Musk once again. This is one we've already seen. I fully endorse President.
The man in the, you'll see it in a second. They're all tending to him, and you see the man in the red hat, white shirt. It appears as though he's performing CPR. We don't know if this person died as a result of his injuries or one of the people seriously injured.
I believe that we did have, there was an interview. We played a clip with the man who was a physician who did perform CPR. You see him again there doing compressions. He did speak, and from what he said, that man then was airlifted away. There were some graphic descriptions that he gave us that leads me to believe that that was the attendee of the rally who did not survive. And again, very graphic images there. Again, so that is the man that we understand to potentially have lost his life at this rally today.
You saw basically a dozen people try to save his life. Wow. Again, President Trump is out of the hospital, and we heard a complete report from President Trump. We have more information from him than just about anybody else. Congressman Mike Lawler, Republican of the Hudson Valley here in New York State, joins us. Congressman, welcome to Newsmax. What are you hearing, and what are you thinking tonight?
Well, obviously, we are grateful that President Trump is safe.
We have an audio issue, guys. Can we? Yeah, there we go.
Congressman, we'll ask you to unmute or mute, or maybe it's on our end. We'll fix that. And if you don't mind, I think we have Congressman. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You hear me, but
we can't hear
we can't hear you. So we'll get back to you shortly. I believe we have that Dr.
You guys hear me?
That is a significant. Congressman, we do hear you.
There he is.
Thank you very much. What are you hearing, and what are you thinking?
Well, obviously, we're grateful that President Trump is safe. You see that photo of the bullet whizzing behind his head. It is amazing that this did not turn into a bigger tragedy. This was an assassination attempt, plain and simple. And obviously, the rhetoric that has been used throughout the course of this campaign, calling him, a destruction to democracy, talking about how he is going to destroy America, has incited people. There's no question about that. And I think all of my colleagues on the Democratic side of the aisle, starting with the president, need to think long and hard about the rhetoric that they have been using throughout the course of this campaign. Let's have a robust debate about the issues, but let's stop with the absolute nonsense seeking to incite this country and bring it to its knees. This is so destructive and so unimaginable in 2024 to see that a former president, presidential candidate who's going to be nominated this week to be the Republican nominee would almost be assassinated at a rally. God help us. Our country is deeply divided, and it really is sad. It is a sad state of affairs where we are today.
Congressman, I'm hearing a little feedback, but I'm just going to continue. We are hearing from a lot of people, and you referenced this, how dangerous a lot of the liberal media has been. There are some witnesses who have spoken to some of our reporters who have said that they squarely blame the media for calling former President Trump a fascist, for saying that he's going to destroy democracy, and so on. Is this something that you think can be changed at this point? And if so, what can be done to make it stop? We know that President Biden has already halted campaign ads after this assassination attempt this afternoon.
It has to. It has to. I do town halls. I do mobile office hours in my district. I meet with constituents all the time. And just last week at a town hall, I had somebody, raise the issue that if Donald Trump's elected, it's going to destroy our democracy, et cetera. And I said to them, folks, our democracy will endure. We have endured for 248 years. And regardless of who wins, our democracy will be fine because of the American people. But this is outrageous, and really, I impress upon all of my colleagues, they have to stop with this rhetoric, because it has incited people to the point where they hate this country, and they hate the opposing perspective, the opposing political party, and the opposing presidential candidate, to a point where we now have people trying to assassinate that individual Donald Trump. It is absolutely unconscionable. And every American, regardless of party, should be angry about this tonight.
You know, I do believe the rhetoric is far more intense from the left. Donald Trump calls Joe Biden Sleepy Joe, and Joe Biden calls Donald Trump a threat to our very existence as a country. I mean, you can have very intense rhetoric. You can't necessarily worry about how some lunatic is going to respond, but the way the left has spoken about Donald Trump, and quite frankly, some moderate Republicans like Liz Cheney, they seem to make it logical and almost desirable that the option of taking out a major presidential candidate would be on the table. I believe they've gone way too far. If you don't mind, Congressman, you mentioned that photograph. You see the bullet. I've never seen a photograph of a bullet in flight, but one has been taken. We're making arrangements to put that on the screen. If we could take it from 4:14 this afternoon, when the shooting actually took place. Let's go ahead and roll that, please.
That's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Move it there. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready? Move. Up. Move. Go. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Stair, get ready. Stair, get ready. You ready? Are we good? Shooter's down. Are we good to move? We're clear. Let's move. Let's move. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head. It's bloody. So we got to move to the closet. Let me get my shoes. Okay. Watch out. Wait.
He would make some adjustment. I don't think he'd stop them from moving. And look at that. Look at the fight in that man. It is incredible. There will never be another one like him. Never, ever, ever. We are joined now by a very strong ally of President Trump's, Congressman Ronnie Jackson, Republican of Texas, former physician to presidents and President Trump. Congressman Jackson, welcome. What are you thinking? What do you think of his injuries and anything else you care to share?
Well, Greg, thank you guys for having me. Just, I'm so happy he's okay. I mean, that was as close as it gets. I mean, it doesn't get any closer than that. A millimeter or two the other direction, he turns his head, one way or the other, and it's over. I mean, it enters his head, and it would have been an assassination, not an assassination attempt. And so, I just want to say a couple things. I know there's a lot of people out there that are asking what happened, and I'll tell you that his Secret Service detail are some of the most professional people I've ever been around. He has one of the best details in the Secret Service. And I have some serious questions about what's going on with Secret Service leadership, because it was not too long ago that I was informed that he has one of the smallest details of the formers, and he travels way more than any of their former presidents. He has way more, engagements and events, yet he has a detail that's smaller than the other formers. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I think that's probably going to ultimately be part of the shortfall here. We'll see. As a member of Congress, I am going to make sure that we address that issue. But I'll tell you, just like I've said on a couple of other interviews I've recently done, Greg, I have never, ever been prouder of my president. When he stood up, he had blood all over his face, and he shook his fist in defiance. That's a warrior. That's a warrior. And this man has to be our next president.
Congressman, I can hear the emotion in your voice as you're talking about him. And as Greg pointed out, obviously, you've worked very closely with him as his physician when he was in the White House.
Look at that.
This photo, I think, really, again, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Impactful. But Congressman, when you did work with the president in the White House, again, you saw him probably in ways different from anyone else who was in that administration. Just tell us a little bit more about the man you know, and again, that really allows him to be the warrior that you described.
Well, I know him in a lot of ways, and I know him as a patient, and I know him as a friend. But when you see that image of him getting up and shaking his fist, that's all you need to know for the commander-in-chief or the head of state. You don't need to know anything else about this man. That is our president right there. So, yeah, I'm glad he's okay. I love him. I love his family. And, we're going to be praying for his safety in the years and in the months and the days to come. But honestly, he's a good man. And I'll tell you, I'm very pissed off tonight also at the far left, at some of the media out there, some of these idiots like Joe Scarborough on MSNBC that have been going on for months now, talking about the far right being Nazis and comparing him to Hitler. They have blood on their hands tonight. They're responsible for what happened. And I'm not going to forget it. They are responsible for what happened tonight. These morons that are out there that are trying to demonize the president. And, we're going to get to the bottom of that, too.
Yeah, I'm glad you're on the case. Obviously, the men and women in President Trump's immediate vicinity there, we saw them. But as far as the planning and the coordination, and we have seen the Biden administration allow illegal protests in front of a Supreme Court justice's home, that is in violation of the law. And what you said about him having a smaller than usual, hey, it's undisputable, right, that he has a smaller security package than, say, Joe Biden, right? As a former president, even if he's running for president, his security is not as strong as President Biden's, correct?
Well, that's absolutely true. And I'm not comparing the two because there's a difference between being the sitting president and being a former president. The detail that he has as a former president is never going to be as robust and as big as the current president. That's just not the way it works. But what I'm saying is that the other former presidents that are out there that don't travel or move around or do rallies or expose themselves near to the extent that President Trump does, they have better resourced and bigger details than President Trump does. And there is literally no excuse for that. The size of the detail should be completely apolitical. It shouldn't have anything to do with politics. It should strictly be related to the risk, nothing else. And so I've been told, and bad on me for not saying something about this before, but I've been told previously that his detail has not been resourced as robustly as some of the other formers. But we are going to look into that. We are going to find out if that's going on. If that's the case, and if the Secret Service director, the director of the Secret Service, is making decisions based on politics and not based on the safety of the protectees that she's supposed to protect, we are.
Congressman Jackson, if you can look on the screen here, we believe the shooter, the sniper, was in this location, and Donald Trump was here. This is taken after, this is before the actual rally, but it's 152 yards. That sniper, as you can see, was fairly prominently located. We heard from an eyewitness earlier that they had seen this suspicious looking fellow on top of a roof with a long object for several minutes prior to the actual shooting. And oh, by the way, we hear 8 rounds, a total of 8 rounds were fired. I believe that's according to state police, a report from state police. So this is disturbing. Yeah, this right here is where the image on the right is taking place. That's how many is that? 450 feet. A president would never be in that position, and I understand a president has to have more security, but you get to a point where you have basically almost 2 de facto presidents, You have they're both nominees, they're both going for the ultimate office. I think they should actually think about enhancing the Republican nominees' security dramatically, especially on the eve of assuming the nomination, and it being Donald Trump, who, let's face it, drives the left crazy.
Well, you make a good point, Greg, because honestly, it shouldn't matter the size of the detail based on whether you're a president or former. Everything the Secret Service does and every resource that they appropriate should be and usually is based on the threat. So as the threat goes up, the resources and the details should go up as well. So, yeah, I agree with you that the threats to President Trump as the nominee and as a former president are probably as big or bigger than the threats to the actual president of the United States. And that should be taken into consideration. And his detail from this day forward should reflect that. And yeah, you're right. I mean, that was too close, and line of sight is always an issue, right? But when you're the detail for a former president and you don't have the resources that that a sitting president would have, you have to rely on local law enforcement to fill those gaps. And local law enforcement, their SWAT teams and some of their counter sniper teams, they do a fantastic job, but you are relying on them to fill that gap, not indigenous Secret Service resources. So we've got to fix this. That was as close as it gets. Thank God he wasn't killed. But we have to make sure that from this second forward, that situation never presents itself again.
Congressman, I understand that you had a family member who was there. Tell us about what happened to your nephew.
Well, I had a nephew that was there, and I'd set them up to see the president and to be in the friends and family section, which it turns out was directly in the line of fire. They were there, and they heard shots ringing out. They all dropped to the ground. He immediately realized that he had blood on his neck. And as they stood up, he was bleeding from his neck. It looked like a bullet or a fragment of a bullet. Something grazed his neck and cut his neck. So he was hit by the fire in some fashion. And apparently, I'm speaking, based on my conversations with them, and they were pretty shaken at the time. There was someone, there were a few rows behind them that was critically injured, potentially killed. I don't know if it was I think it might have been the person that was listed as critically injured, but somebody was critically injured behind them. And they were moved to the triage tent to get his neck looked at. And he said when he got into the triage tent, that there was another person in the triage tent. He thought it was a man, he wasn't sure, but that had a devastating head wound that was dead that was in the tent. So a pretty traumatic, pretty devastating event for the folks that were there. I really, I pray for the families that were involved in this, certainly the ones that have family members that might have been critically injured, and at least the one death that we know about. But everybody there, there's gonna be a little bit of PTSD from some people that were there that saw some horrific things.
Congressman, we actually have the video of the Secret Service counter sniper team engaging the shooter. It's happening just over President Trump's head. Yeah, let's take that full in the upper left, if you don't mind, or take it a little bit bigger. You see President Trump is speaking, and that is, we believe, the counter sniper team. And I don't know if he was already aiming or what, or scanning the area, but that we do believe is the good guy, the Secret Service, and he is pointing in the direction of the shooter. Can I ask you, Congressman, because you've actually paid a pretty steep personal price for being who you are, vocal, MAGA. You know what I'm talking about. Does Donald have a lot to fear from his own government, from our own government tonight?
Well, we'll see. I mean, have they been purposely not protecting him? That's the big question, right? But yeah, he has a lot to fear in general because of the way that the left, and including the Biden administration, has demonized him. Okay, and the liberal press, the mainstream media, which is basically nothing more than the communications branch of the Democrat Party, all the stuff that they've done, the way they've said, "You're right, I'm MAGA. I'm outspoken. I get death threats. I get death threats all the time, and I'm not the only one. But this is because they cannot win an election fairly, so they have to come out and they have to call us Nazis. They have to call President Trump Hitler. They have to try to demonize us, and they are inspiring these psychotic idiots like this person that took a shot at the president to do this kind of stuff. It's unbelievable.
Well, we don't know who
it is absolutely. Yeah, we don't know who it was, but we
No,
do
no,
know
no. It is unbelievable. We don't know who the shooter is yet. Forgive me, Congressman, but I am actually talking about, look, when he uses that kind of rhetoric, I wonder about what, quite frankly, the deep state, the permanent government, whatever you want to call it, how I've had this thought and I've actually expressed it publicly, so I don't think I'm on thin ice here, what they would possibly be instructed to do without being explicitly told to do something. Everything's on the table right now tonight. I'm sorry, but and also it is now 4.5 hours after. No, I'm sorry. It's how many hours is it? 4 hours? When did it happen? At 4:15. So it's almost 6 hours ago. We don't have any identity or really anything about the shooter. Have you anything? And is that 6 hour lapse something to be concerned about?
No, I haven't heard anything. I don't know who the shooter is. I don't know what their background is. I don't know what their motivations are. All I know is that they were not a Trump supporter. Okay, I do know that. That was not somebody who was a Trump supporter. I don't know what they were motivated by, but I do think that anybody who's going to do something like this and try to assassinate the president, try to assassinate President Trump, they probably hear the same things that you and I hear on a day-to-day basis with the far left coming out and saying these things. And that was my point. So we'll figure this out. We're going to find out. This is not something that can be covered up or buried. I promise you that we will find out what's going on here. We'll find out, how this all happened. But tonight, I think that we just need to be focused on making sure that it never happens again. And I think that needs to be the priority.
Congressman, you described the former president as a warrior, and I have an update here regarding the Republican National Convention. President Trump says that he is looking forward to joining everyone in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention to nominate him to serve as the 47th president of the United States. Once again, going on as planned, a warrior indeed. I can't imagine any other politician, even presidential candidate, doing what he is about to do after what happened today.
Well, this man's fearless. He's proven that he's fearless for a long, long time now. And they can do anything they want. They will not stop Trump. They will not. And the whole world knows it. And this is just more evidence that he will not be stopped. And thank God, because he's going to save this country. He really is. This country is in a horrible, horrible mess that the Biden administration has drugged us into. And President Trump, he started draining the swamp, and that's why he's a big target the way he is. And he's going to get back in there. He's going to continue to drain the swamp. He's going to clean this country up. He's going to make America great again. And they know damn good and well that he's the man that's going to do it. That's why they fear him.
All right, Congressman Ronnie Jackson, thank you very much. It's great to have you back on Newsmax. To be continued, sir. And wow. All right, so what do we have here? We have an attempted assassination of President Donald Trump. And you'll probably always remember where you were at that moment. Kind of like, I'm sorry, what's that? Everybody relax. Relax. We're just talking about what camera to look at. There are no bullets flying, okay?
Thank goodness.
We have a situation where there was a president of the United States, Donald Trump, who could have been killed today. I remember where I was. I received a text from my friend Maureen. Actually, no, I received a phone call. She was petrified. She had seen it on live television. Wow. And I immediately got to a TV, and we all feared for the very, very worst. And I did not know for quite some time, quite frankly, until President Trump himself told us that he was okay. If you don't mind, I'd like to re-rack, and I want to watch the entire moment. From the speech to the gunshot, President Trump goes down, the Secret Service respond, and he gets up. He gets up. Let's roll it. Bump up the volume, please.
Move his hair. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready. Move. Move. Go. guys here. All guys here, move it to the stand. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. You ready? Shooters down. Shooters down. Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. Let's move. We're clear. Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we gotta move to the bus.
Watch out.
Fortunately, somebody was dying behind him. And this is the aftermath of the, all right, now we're back to Trump Tower. Josh Minty joins us, and so does John Glasgow, by the way. John, welcome here. Katrina is taking a quick break. All right, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How's it going?
Hi, Josh. I understand. Okay, you were there at the event, and where were you, and what did you see, please?
Yeah, no, I was about 20 yards from President Trump. The bullets that rang out were right over my friend and I's head. We were both volunteering at the event, and yeah, at first it did not sound like gunshots at all. It sounded like fireworks. But when we realized it was real and people started screaming that someone was hit, I mean, we could see someone was bloodied right next to me, very, very close, within a few arms length.
Josh, do me a favor. We have Michael Reagan on the phone with us, the son of Ronald Reagan, who underwent an attempted assassination in March of 1981. A lot of folks actually didn't realize just how close he came, I believe, Michael Reagan, to death. Mr. Reagan, it's an honor to have you, as always, but what are you thinking? And am I right about that? Your father, I think the initial reports were kind of downplaying it somewhat, but my understanding is he came very close to dying that day. The Secret Service didn't realize, actually, he was shot initially. Is that correct?
Oh, they thought he broke a rib and it punctured a lung. Jerry Parr, when he pushed my dad into the back of the limo, landed on the riser in the back. And so they thought he broke a rib, and it wasn't until he coughed up oxygenated blood. If the limo would have gone to the White House, he would have bled out and died. But Jerry saw the oxygenated blood, instead went to the hospital, and he ended up living. But he came very close to dying on that day back in March of 1981. It was a traumatic event for all of us. And, the Secret Service doesn't know if it's against, the president or it's against the president and his family. So, all of a sudden my Secret Service detail got very, very close. And my son's Secret Service detail got very, very close, as they did with all the members of the family, because they don't know if it's an event for one or all of the family members. So it was very traumatic for all of us on that day. And I'm sure today it was the same thing for the Trump family, that, once that happened on the stage with the former president, that everybody in the family, in fact, got a lot closer to Secret Service. But I tweeted out, and I think it's important as we talk about these things. I also remember Nancy that day. And nobody's mentioned anything about, Mrs. Trump and what she was probably going through with her husband being shot and coming within a half of inch and literally losing his life, Melania. And I think we need to think about her at this moment and be praying for her. Because she is the wife of the former president, and she deals with things at a completely different level, as Nancy did, than any of us can even imagine or think of. And so that's who my prayers are with today, are really with Melania, because I remember Nancy on that day, and it was the worst thing that happened to her in her entire life was having her husband shot and almost dying on his way out of a hotel and ultimately on the way to the White House to see her. Instead, he goes to the hospital.
Michael Reagan. Wow. Well, we're so glad your father pulled through. Where were you, by the way, when that happened?
I was actually at home, and my wife and I were going to get in the car, which we did, to go somewhere, and radio was on the news, and we're saying, "What's this?" Because I was reading a book at home. I was relaxing. So got out of the car, into the house, turned on the television set, and what have you. And you know something else? Two things. I remember Mike Luty, who was my detail leader that day. And I said to Mike, "How in the hell you let this happen?" He says, "You know, Mike, we train 24/7 to protect all your protectees, but we cannot protect against the crazies." And they train like that every day. But that was the crazies of a John Hinckley. What I looked at today as you go more and more through this was the fact, yeah, they're calling heroes the Secret Service agents that jumped on the President of the United States after he was shot. But who was in charge?
I have this, Michael, I want to just jump in, going back to what happened today. And this jibes with something we heard from a witness. New York Post reporting, witnesses frantically tried to warn police of rifle-carrying sniper on roof before the Trump assassination attempt. We had someone on our air, and let's go ahead and re-rack that, please, if you don't mind, say much the same thing, that they noticed this individual on top of a warehouse roof. 3 to 4 minutes was the time frame I heard, and that they were trying to draw attention to this. It's obviously suspicious. A man in camouflaged attire lying down with an object that appeared to be a rifle that was witnessed reportedly, and actually we've heard the people tell us, some 3 to 4 minutes before the actual shooting. That doesn't seem right at all. Does it? And this is something that will be looked at. I do know in the aftermath of your father's, the attempt on your father, the Secret Service underwent a substantial, and in fact, presidential protection in general underwent a radical overhaul.
Oh, a radical overhaul. And I look at today, and heroes, you jump on the president, which you're supposed to do when what happened. But there was a giant failure in the field. Whoever is in charge of the field and securing the buildings that sniper crawled up on top of with people pointing at them, because a friend of mine's son had a friend who took the video of the guy lying on the top of that building and what have you. And I'm going, there was a massive failure of the Secret Service on the outside. Somebody's head needs to roll on that. And they need to find out why it was not secure 300 yards out. Because you had a sniper wanting to kill the President of the United States, and we had counter snipers. Yeah, you shoot the guy after he makes the shot, but a half an inch difference, Trump would be dead tonight.
Yeah, the way he moved his head. And we have, John, I think you may on Truth Social, the president put out a lot of information. He confirmed, he was the first one to confirm that the shooter was in fact dead. He was the first one to confirm that another person was killed and that another individual was seriously wounded. And he did say that it was a bullet that hit his ear. And that moment, wow. Where were you, John, when you heard the news?
I was watching the rally at home, and I briefly looked down at my phone to look at something that popped up in email, and all of a sudden I see him fall. It looked like he fell. So I was listening to the rally at home, watching it on television. And I hear the tut, 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 those pops. And I looked up and glanced, and he was down in front of the podium. That was the next thing I saw. And I just, my jaw dropped. I said, what just happened? I had no idea. I was watching there in shock. And then obviously the Secret Service there rushed the stage and protected the former president there as he was speaking. But I was stunned. I'd never seen anything like that. And then you hear that it was a shooting. And I was in complete utter shock. I'm still in shock that we're talking about this today, Greg. And look at some of the images that are going around right now on social media from some of the photographers that were in the front row there taking pictures. You can see in some of the pictures the bullets zinging by the former president's head. And then we saw that image of him on the stage there covered in blood with the Secret Service there hovering around him. It was just an incredible moment and just an awful moment for this country.
You can, well, at the same time, you know, a moment of triumph. And that's when I was thinking actually of Ronald Reagan, because I knew he was seriously wounded, even though he was able to walk. And let's pump up the volume, please, if you don't mind. I would like to see this again and see what else we can hear.
That's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Move it there. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready? Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Get ready. Get ready. You ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold on, you're headed, buddy. So we gotta move to the class. Let me get my shoes. Okay,
What's up?
Wait.
And at that point, no one knew how badly this was.
Right.
And
Watch
he
this.
triumphantly
He does it again.
does
here.
it again as he's getting into that SUV.
I was greatly reassured, but I knew we weren't out of the woods, quite frankly, until I saw his Truth Social giving his own report as to what happened, how he heard the bullet whiz by his head. So I also see the Secret Service, they don't exactly hit the gas all that hard to get him out of there. So they must have known that, you know, he was not hit beyond that wound to his ear. But you know, they're not exactly flooring it, are they?
No, they're not. But we do know now that the FBI has taken over this investigation to look into this. We still a lot of questions right now, Greg. We don't know who this shooter was. We are getting more information as to his background, how he got there, what type of weaponry there.
Hey, check it out. Biden and Donald Trump spoke by telephone. We heard President Biden speak earlier for about a minute and a half. He said he was concerned. He thought he had heard reports that the president was well and was in the presence of doctors. He decried the event, unheard of, not appropriate, and kind of left it at that. It wasn't the most stirring or moment in presidential history, but he did say he intended to talk with the president, President Trump, that is, and they did speak by phone. I'd like to know more about that conversation at some point.
I would like to know about that conversation too. What exactly was said?
And I'd like to know about the shooter. All right. So it's been 4 hours and wait, I'm sorry. I'm losing track.
Around 6.
The shooting took place at 4:15. So we are now at 6 hours and 20 minutes. And I actually do remember that Ronald Reagan was shot. And we had the name John Hinckley about 2 hours later, I believe, if not sooner. So I'm sorry, somebody is, what do you have?
6:15 was when the shooting happened.
6:15.
Yeah.
Thank you. We
Rally.
established that a moment ago. All righty.
But you look at these images here of that the shooter there on top of that roof. There is also some video going around of the Secret Service that eliminated that shooter and that sniper that was right behind the former president on the stage. That's the one right there. So you can hear the president speaking, and at that moment, you can see the Secret Service then take out that and eliminate the other shooter.
I believe, is Matt Schlapp standing by? Is that who it is?
Yes.
Yeah. Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, welcome to you both. I know you're both relieved and maybe a little bit confused about tonight. Welcome to you both. What are you hearing and what are you thinking? Ladies first, Mercedes.
Well, It's unreal. I mean, we were all, we got notified that there had been a shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania, and just watching the video, I mean, it just brought tears to your eyes. You can't believe that this is happening here in America. I know many of us have feared that this could happen to President Trump, but just to watch it in just moments after it happened, I mean, it was heart-wrenching, not knowing if the president was okay. And then when he does come up and stand strong like the fighter he is, I think it really, inspires us all, and it is seriously like what happened with the Secret Service, that they were able to protect him immediately, get him to safety. But the mere fact that even when he got, when he got hurt, that he was able to stand up again and tell people to fight and not to give up. And I just think that that message is just an incredible message that we need to take forward as we go into this election. I mean, and it also shows that we're in dangerous times right now, especially if you are Donald Trump and his family, and that we have to pray for his protection.
Matt, if you don't mind, before we go to you, I would like to throw to this witness who saw the shooter minutes before he actually opened fire on President Trump, and he was trying to alert folks as to what was happening. Let's go ahead and roll that, please.
Someone who was here, you weren't inside the event, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw and what.
So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees out there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally. Right? We couldn't see them, but we could hear them. So we walked up. And probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You were up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service?
We were telling the police. We were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
Did you see, obviously everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh, yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed out.
All right. I think that's all. The tape actually runs out in about 4 seconds. So that is amazing testimony, quite frankly. Totally amazing.
Incredible that people in the crowd spotted this person on the roof before the Secret Service did. And as you heard there, the former president was continuing to speak. Well, people in the audience were trying to alert law enforcement to this person that was on the roof with a rifle that we now learned.
Wild. Matt, what do you think about that and anything else, please?
Well, we put out a tweet tonight from CPAC calling for an investigation. I want to thank Chairman Comer for already coming out and saying what needs to be done. Let me be clear. Mercy's worked for presidents. I've worked for presidents. One of my jobs working for a president was to pick locations for the president to travel. It is unheard of that there would be a rooftop within shooting distance of someone who is a former president and going to be the next president, the leading candidate ahead in the polls, that there would be a vacant rooftop. That doesn't make any sense. There is something terribly odious about the decision-making around here. Now, look, Joe Biden has refused to give Secret Service protection to RFK, which is an outrage, even though I don't support the man. It's an outrage that that there could be political decision-making around security. I think immediately the White House needs to be very transparent about how these decisions are made. Is President Trump completely covered when he goes out there on the campaign trail? In America, we have to get back to having our political disagreements. Being on election day would be preferable, where you express the man you want. We cannot run politics through decisions like security, through lawfare. They're trying to take, we have Benny Thompson trying to take the Secret Service protection away from Donald Trump at the congressional level. We have Fani Willis and these other terrible prosecutors saying that this man should be in jail, saying that he's Hitler, saying that he's a fascist. This rhetoric should stop tonight. The Democrats should stop these games tonight. Quit using your power to try to orchestrate some kind of coup on election day. Allow the people to vote and allow this man to be protected and be able to talk. If they have the better answers on the campaign trail, they might just win. This is the wrong way to win. Today is one of the darkest days in our history, and I want answers.
Mercedes, I want to go to you on this too, because the Democrats, some of the lawmakers did want to take away his Secret Service. They were motioning to try to get that taken away. And a situation like this happens. I mean, how bizarre is that even that he should not have Secret Service when he's out there? He's a leading candidate here for the Republican Party. And they have this type of a security breakdown. Luckily, they were able to exterminate the shooter. But I mean, to think that that's something that they were going to strip away from the former president.
Yeah, I mean, remember, it's the Democrats that have said, oh, it's Donald Trump who's going to, end democracy as we know it. Yet it's the Democrats themselves who have, because they hate Donald Trump, because they've demonized Donald Trump, and they'll do anything to make sure that Donald Trump is destroyed, to the point that their rhetoric has become so dangerous. And the leftist media has bought into that rhetoric. And I think it's been, basically seeping into our society. And then when you see things like this happen, you wonder, this is why we always were so concerned about President Trump's safety, as we've seen in the past couple months and going into this election. And to have the Democrats at one point pushing forward this agenda of taking away his Secret Service protection is completely dangerous. It's completely irresponsible. And it just shows that their goal at the end of the day is to make sure that they stop Donald Trump at all costs, even if it means taking his life, which I think is just outrageous.
Hey, Greg, can I say one other thing?
Please.
The other thing.
Yeah, please go ahead, Matt.
This happens to be Mercy's and my 22nd anniversary. We were at dinner when all this broke out, and we really appreciate the fact they're giving us a chance to talk. One of the first things we did is pray for the president and for the country and the people. We have 2 board members here with us tonight, and we're all in prayer for this country. This is a very, very serious time and a dark moment. What I'd like to encourage everyone watching your show right now, I don't care, it's a Jimmy Stewart moment. You might not believe in the big guy upstairs or whatever you believe in. Pray for this country. We are in a very dark place. This Democratic Party has embraced this very, very dangerous ideology. And what they're trying to do to President Trump is so far beyond the bounds of any kind of constitutional order. We need to come together as a country, and we need to vote our differences and stop all of this insanity.
I'm going to point out that there are a couple of Republicans with horrible rhetoric, like Liz Cheney and Judge Luttig. They have used the words clear and present danger. Donald Trump and his supporters, that's me, maybe John,
yeah, of course,
and you guys, that we are a clear and present danger to American democracy. And that phrase is a dangerous phrase. That means you can break the law to neutralize the threat. It is absolutely amazing what they have done done, what they have said, and we have had it. Can I run an idea by you? Getting some attention on Twitter. The idea of Joe Biden and Donald Trump, they spoke on the phone, having a joint appearance sometime in the next 10 days or so, where they both kind of call on people to cool it. Now, I think the left is responsible, don't get me wrong, but Joe Biden appearing with Donald Trump sends the message, you know, if Donald Trump should win this election, the Republic is going to be okay. I feel like that is contrary to everything he's been saying, and possibly this is a fat chance proposal, but does that have any merit, Mercedes?
I don't see it happening. I'd be shocked if something like that would happen of both candidates being there. It would be interesting to see if during the presidential debate, obviously the next one, if it does happen, I will surely be a topic of discussion during that presidential debate. And that is a very strong moment for both of them to address this important issue of that the political violence has to stop, and this constant demonizing of MAGA supporters and anyone associated with Donald Trump, that has to stop coming from the left. Again, I feel that a lot of conservatives do not feel safe in America, and it's very concerning. And sadly, now we've seen the results of all this dangerous rhetoric that somehow has set off this shooter that is now deceased. And let's keep in mind, I mean, there was innocent people, an innocent person who died, innocent people seriously injured, and we have to keep them in our prayers.
But it could have been just even more bloodshed today. I mean, we are on the precipice of some very serious problems, and the Secret Service, which reports ultimately to the White House, has to give answers as to why they would allow a building to be unprotected within gunshot, within aiming range of someone who's going to be the next president of the United States. This is an outrage. I want answers to this. It's not like the White House has clean hands on RFK and these other decisions. I want to know who made these decisions to limit Donald Trump's security detail, and I want their names. And I think for the very first time in the Biden administration, somebody needs to be punished.
Matt, sounds good to me. By the way, you mentioned Robert F. Kennedy. We talked to him just a little while ago.
Yeah, he was right here on Newsmax.
And we have a portion of that interview, Robert F. Kennedy running for president, and of course, his history. He lost his father and his uncle to an assassin's bullet. We're joined in watching this, I believe, by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., presidential candidate. My goodness, a privilege to talk to you, of all people, on a day like today, a presidential candidate, and of course, what your family has endured. Sir, welcome. Your thoughts, please.
Well, my thoughts are that it's time for us all every American, to take a step back, take a breath, to understand that this moment is that we're all complicit in it, that all of us who fed into the vitriol, the hatred, the anger, that this is the ultimate culmination of that, and we need to all step back and start seeing each other once again as Americans, as part of a community, understand that America is better than this, that we now have to be the exemplary nation again, and that we need to come together in a spirit of love, of forgiveness, of reconciliation. And let's start healing our country again and use this terrible, terrible event to start unifying again. And of course, to pray at this moment for President Trump and for his family, who are all going through an ordeal with which I'm very familiar.
Mr. Kennedy, when you witnessed that moment, I can only imagine what you felt personally, again, as Greg referenced, based on the history with your family. Also, you have been asking for your own Secret Service protection, which you have been denied. Just your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make this moment about me, but I was with my dad when he died. Of course, I was very, very, I was I lived through my uncle's assassination in 1963 when I was 10 years old, and then I was 14 when my dad was killed. And I was with him in Los Angeles, and so I understand what the family is going through. I also understand the greater trauma to our country, that this affects everybody in our country. And we have to understand again that it's linked in one way or another to the vitriol, to the anger, to the disunity that many of us have contributed to. And when my uncle died, it was at a time of great division as well. When my uncle landed in Dallas, and November 22nd, 1963, there were posters all around Dallas that said "wanted dead or alive," and the Dallas newspapers were printing very, very poisonous articles about him, and his death in some ways was linked to that wave of hatred. And the same was true with my dad. My dad was running in 1968, which was the most polarized, divisive time in American history since the American Civil War. There was terrible anger on both sides, on all sides. And part of the eruption of that anger was not only the riots we were seeing in the cities that year, but we also saw Martin Luther King's assassination that year. And then 2 months later, my father's assassination. And all of it is connected, and it's connected to each of us, and each of us needs to take responsibility for our own behavior. And hopefully we can make something good of this. We can take that moment between our impulse and our action to when we're angry at somebody, when we want to amplify a post of clever piece of hatred, that we just say we're not going to do that right now. We're going to try to nurture love. We're going to try to nurture forgiveness. We're going to try to nurture a sense of community and a sense of harmony among Americans. We can have a debate, just like you got to have a debate among our family members without hating them. We need to stop saying that the other guy is going to be to the Republic. Because there are a lot of crazy people in this country, and when you do that, when you use that extreme kind of language, you're giving permission to those kind of people to engage in this kind of action. So that would be my message to people.
Sure. Mr. Kennedy, here's an idea at the appropriate time, a joint appearance where they're not debating, perhaps President Biden, President Trump, and maybe yourself, a joint appearance where, you air your differences, but just maybe all three of you call for what you just summarized. That might go a long way. I have a question for you, though. You were looking for Secret Service protection a few months ago. I believe the Biden administration would not grant you Secret Service protection. Has there been a change in? And given the events of today, sir, your situation is an urgent one.
Again, I don't want to make this about me. I think we need to focus on larger issues. There's a lot more important issues than that debate within the administration. I think we should all take an example of how the Secret Service behaved here. We all saw them, the men and women who ran toward the bullet fire, who circled the president, who put their own lives at risk, who were willing to take a bullet, not just for the president of the United States, the former president, but also for our constitutional system of government, for our Constitution, for our country. And I think all of us should take inspiration from that example and understand that we have to take risks. We have to make sacrifices, and those sacrifices may not be putting yourself in the path of a bullet, but instead, biting your tongue when you want to say something ugly to somebody or something hateful. and yeah, taking a couple of breaths and maybe saying something kind instead and something healing instead. And I think that, I think really that's the message at this moment that we all need to start talking about. Let's make this a thank God that President Trump seems to be okay. And now let's go forward with this election without.
It was really great talking to him, huh?
Very good interview.
Incredible. We want to go back to what happened this afternoon at 4:14 in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Moving fair. Hold. When you're ready, on you. Ready? Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Moving to the stand. Stair, get ready. Stair, get ready. We ready? Shooters down. Shooters down. Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're good to move. We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Come on. Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head. Bloody. So we got to move to the class. Let me get my shoes. Okay. Watch out. Wait.
It's okay. Wait. Can we see him get to that truck, please? It's not over yet.
Another fist bump coming up.
Yes.
There it is.
Now,
Teflon.
I am so inspired and relieved. However, a person did die, and 2 people were seriously wounded.
Critically injured. That's right.
And we don't know anything about the shooter.
We still do
That's the
not.
question going
Right.
forward. Who was this person? And what is their background? How did they get there?
Yeah, exactly. The good news is President Trump he's okay, and he's going through with the RNC as planned, and he will be there on Monday.
Wow. Had a chat with President Joe Biden. So much more to learn about everything that happened.
That's right.
Go to newsmax.com. We appreciate it. God bless President Trump. God bless America.
Why didn't I tell him the truth? Why did I have to lie? Huh?
Okay, I'm going to take a quick look at BBC.
Where's he gonna sit?
So just a sec.
Where?
From humble beginnings in small town America.
Let's see. Oops. Something. Is it muted? Okay, here we've got ABC.
one of his events in Butler, Pennsylvania. He was there for a rally, a political rally. You see the events here. There were the popping sounds in the crowd, the former president reaching for his right ear before going down to the deck right there on the stage. The Secret Service surrounding the former president, jumping on him to protect him, forming somewhat of a human shield there before eventually bringing former President Trump back to his feet and escorting him off the stage. You can also hear the screams from the crowd because, as we know now, that there was a shooter who was perched on a rooftop, fired up to 8 shots from an AR-style rifle, and at least one spectator, one person in the stands there, was killed. We know that 2 others were taken in critical condition to a nearby hospital. The former president was also escorted, as you can see in some of these images. Once they got him back to his feet, they escorted him off the stage. And in some of the pictures, you can see that blood trickling down the right side of his face. The crowd responding to Trump when he got back to his feet and started cheering. The former president then walking off with the Secret Service, as you see here, ultimately into a car being escorted off to a nearby hospital. We're told by family that the president is doing fine tonight, that he did suffer a minor injury as a bullet passed through the top of his right ear. But the president and his family, they've been asking for prayers for the victims who were killed, and also thanking the Secret Service for their quick actions in this assassination attempt. We also know that the Secret Service is involved in the investigation. The FBI now leading the investigation. We've been getting information about the shooter. They have confirmed that it's a man. They believe at this point it's a lone suspect. No indication that anybody else was involved, but that man was perched on a rooftop some 200 to 300 yards away from that venue, once again with an AR-style rifle. We're going to bring in some of our other correspondents and contributors here in just a moment. Forgive me, I'm getting instructions. I can't do that. You've got to keep moving it forward. Okay. We've been speaking with eyewitnesses all day. Let's go ahead and listen.
Tell me what you saw and what you heard. You said that you heard the popping sounds and you got down.
Sounds. At first you think like maybe firecrackers, but it continued. It continued, and then somebody yelled, "Get down!" We got down. We got down, and we huddled and we started praying, and we just started praying. And thank God, a little while later, we got up. When we saw other people get up, we saw Trump get up, raise his fist like I'm okay, and we kept praying.
I felt really bad. I'm worried about our grandchildren. What kind of life are they going to have if this goes on, if people don't have the right to say what they want?
You told me that you were near the very front. You weren't very far.
No, we were like from here to where that thing is.
And you got down. You said you got down immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody yelled, "Get down!" My daughter-in-law, Lisa, she said for us to hurry up and get down.
Well, I mean, I saw all the Secret Service kind of cover Trump. They did a really good job about that, making sure he was protected, telling everyone to get down. So I think they did take a good care of making sure everyone was understanding what was going on and being serious, but not freaking everybody out.
What was your initial reaction when you heard those popping noises?
To get down. Yeah. So I actually my boyfriend pushed me on the ground and went on top of me, which was really nice. But I think a lot of people were a little too shocked to understand what was going on originally, for sure. But I think everyone listened pretty well, and it was handled pretty well.
Did you see some of that commotion that was playing out on the other side of the bleacher where we saw law enforcement agents sort of swarm around another individual, or did you ultimately just rush out?
No, we were there for a minute because they did tell us to go back down again just in case. I think that was good because it helped calm people down. But I think one of the stands that I was next to, they did carry out a man, and there was another one that might have been injured. I'm not 100% sure, but definitely one at least. And on the other stand on the other side, because I was on the right, on the left, there were a bunch of men in uniform surrounding someone. So that was interesting to see.
You said that you were very impressed by the speed in which Secret Service was able to get on that stage within seconds of all of us hearing those popping sounds.
Yeah, absolutely. They did a great job. I definitely felt protected in the situation. The sniper was on it watching on guard. Everyone on the scene like did a great job. I mean, like, of course it was like nerve wracking in the moment, but I never felt like I was like in danger, which was cool. They were on the president, which I'm very thankful of, and they did a great job like protecting him and getting him out as quick as possible. He is doing good, which is good. Yeah.
I'm the Republican nominee for the Senate in Pennsylvania. I was in the front row, and President Trump had just announced me and said he was going to have me come up on the stage, and said, well, wait a minute. And then there were a number of shots. I think probably 7 or 8 shots. It wasn't clear whether they would come from one place or 2 places. At least I couldn't tell. And immediately there was a swarm of Secret Service officers that got on top of, knocked down President Trump and got on top of him. And then he stood back up, and you sort of saw this fist come out, sort of defiant that it looked like he was okay, but you couldn't tell for sure. It looked like there was some blood, but it wasn't obvious. And then the entire crowd went to the ground because we weren't sure whether the shots were done. And then unfortunately, over my shoulder, someone had clearly been hit. I was on the ground, and up in the bleachers, probably 3 or 4 bleachers behind me. It looked like there was a man who was severely injured. There was a lot of blood, and his people around him were trying to administer first aid. And then the police, some police officers came in and carried him out, and presumably took him to get first aid. That's really all I could see. I don't know if there were other people injured, and I don't know if there was anybody apprehended, because as you might imagine, once that happened, the crowd was very chaotic, and it was very hard to know what was going on. And we're still there at the rally, just sitting trying to get out because the traffic is so backed up.
And Dave, your account seems to confirm some of this reporting that we're getting about a shooter and potential bystanders who were hurt. Just talk more about your initial reaction. I mean, seeing this, you're running for Senate in the state of Pennsylvania. You're about to walk up on the stage. You're getting introduced by the former president, and then you hear these shots ring out and the chaos in the crowd. What was going through your mind in that moment?
Well, it takes a minute to process. People started to panic all around. You could feel, people were very scared, and so everybody just dropped to the ground. And it felt very obvious that the president was under assault, and very much at risk. And it wasn't clear that he was okay to begin with. And then, once it started to sink in, you're thinking, are there still shooters out there? Are they going to target other people? And, it's just like these, situations. I was in the military previously, you realize over time that the facts start to come together. So you got to be careful not to draw too many conclusions early on. But I think what we all felt was a sense of, oh my Lord, everybody's in danger because there's clearly a shooter, at least one shooter in the crowd, and maybe more. And, really, I think scary for everybody who was there. And shocking, even more than scary, just shocking, because you're in the middle of this rally, and it was kind of fun, and people were enthusiastic, and all of a sudden it was turned upside down.
What does this say to you about our state of division and the politics in this country right now?
Well, I don't want to draw any conclusions before I know more about it, but obviously it's if you're a public official, if you're a presidential candidate, and your safety's at risk, that's scary for all of us, no matter what party you're in. And so I think it's a moment to take stock. And you had 15,000. It seemed it was a huge crowd. I was told by the law enforcement people there are 15,000 people who were enthusiastically supporting their candidate, and all of a sudden, the former president, his life is at risk, and what were peaceful people in the audience are wounded, potentially, fatally. I mean, that's unacceptable, and it's not a matter of party. That's just unacceptable in our great country.
I do want to go to Leonard Verdetto, who is an eyewitness who was there at the rally today. He's joining us now on the phone. Leonard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How you doing? Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely, Leonard. We're so grateful that you are okay. Can you just walk us through what happened and what you saw?
Sure, absolutely. So everybody was excited to see the former president coming out. You know, we were all, excited, and we were all happy. We were all joyful. We were all there for each other. And then the former president was giving his speech. And moments later, there was some, popping sounds that were going off. So about maybe 6 or 7 to 8 shots that were happening. None of us really registered at the time, but then all people were saying, get down, get down. Even I was saying, get down. Other people were saying, get down as well. And, we were all praying. We were praying to Yeshua, the Lord Jesus, and we were praying to him to keep us safe, keep us protected. But unfortunately, what happened was, someone did get shot. What I do hear is that I think 2 people did get shot, that to the best of my knowledge. And I believe that, the former president, which I'm glad he is safe. So.
Now, Leonard, and again, we don't have all these things confirmed yet. So, this is your perspective here. But when you say that you believe that 2 people were shot, could you actually
to what I seen, and to the best of my knowledge, sir, is that and again, I was hearing it from other news sources as well, but what that I seen, when I first seen that there was blood on a couple of people. Someone was shot just like about 5 feet right behind us, to be honest with you. So we were that close, and thank God we weren't shot either.
And where were you located? We're looking at the video right now. This is the former president being brought back to his feet after those shots were fired. Were you on the stands behind Donald Trump, or were you in front of him?
If you're looking exactly at him, we'd be on the left side, actually. We were the left side of the other stands, where you've seen those big TVs.
So the left side of the stands facing the president, or behind the former president?
Facing the president. We were more on the side, looking on the side of the president, so facing him.
And Leonard, let me just ask you too. Obviously, you go to this. We've been talking about this, the division in this country, the polarization. But here you are. Obviously, you're exercising your right to, support whichever politician you believe in. And you go to an event like this. You don't expect there to be violence. What's in your heart right now?
Well, what's in the heart right now is I'm encouraging the American people to pray to Lord Jesus, because right now our country's divided.
Our coverage continues right here on ABC News. For some parts of the country in the central and eastern time zones, we're going to send you to your local news next. For the rest of us, stay with us here as our coverage continues right here on ABC.
Okay. And with that, we saw a little bit of reaction from what is happening with the mainstream media that leans on the liberal side. And so I guess we'll leave it that. And maybe I'll do a live in the future here as we learn more details about the killer and hopefully some news about the others that were injured. So if I find some good stuff, I will set that up. So turn on your notifications. So until then, have a great night. Bye-bye.